It's said that during the Shang and Zhao dynasties, our land was plagued by malevolent creatures. They roamed the land, bringing havoc and leaving the nation and its people in endless suffering. On the emperor's orders, Fang Zhengxi and the wise sought assistance of the 12 gods of Shite, bestowed with their divine might. Feng Xiangxi bound the creatures and turned their monstrous power to the service of the people. These creatures became known as the Jiandao beasts, guardians of the perilous paths. Now reformed, the beasts were used to drive away the evil and protect the land, and thus earn the reverence of the people. However, by the end of the Tang Dynasty, there arose many wars and troubles. To preserve the legacy of the Jiangdao beasts, the last Fang Jiangxi entrusted them to the 12 Zhenji, servants of the ritual, before passing away. Among the Jiangdao beasts, Zhang Liang, whose body was like a tiger with a serpent's tail, was considered unmatched in ferocity. The Zhenji, who was entrusted with Zhang... Oh my gosh, there's so many Chinese names in here. Zhang Liang took Liang as their surname, and passing this knowledge down through their descendants. Until today, while the world no longer suffers from the evil spirits of the past and the reputation of our family has lessened, we've never forgotten our ancestors' teaching. That is, self-restraint, propriety, righteousness, and the art of banishing evil. Study our family's history, and you will find each generation has lived up to our family name and our motto: to practice restraint, seek justice, and expel evil. Yet, Zhang Liang had not appeared to us for almost 100 years. That was until you, my daughter, my pride, successfully summoned it after these long years. Do you understand the weight of the expectations you now carry? His hand rests on the girl's shoulder, its weight like that of the world. I understand. You can trust in me, father. She has heard this story 1,000 times, and for years this answer has been engraved into her mind, for it is the only answer she has ever been allowed to give.
I will not fail our family. I will fulfill my destiny as a worthy master of Xiangliang.
Xiangliang. I was close. Division of Arcane Affairs, Los Angeles.
Morning, guys. All right. Who wants to hit me with some good news and make my day a little easier?
Ooh, her voice actress is good.
The report on that summoning ritual is done. Seems like the destination was some farm out in the sticks.
Hey, did someone take the pendulum without signing it out? We've only got one to go around.
Everyone in the Division of Arcane Affairs is caught up in the chaos of their own work, too busy to notice the officer who has just stepped in.
Let's try this another way. First three of you to give me some good news will earn yourselves a coffee. My treat.
Get ready, D, because what I'm about to tell you next is gonna blow your mind.
Save me a cup. I gotta find our pendulum thief first.
Apparently, it doesn't take much to become the most popular person in the office, but before anyone can earn a steaming cup of joe, an angry shout interrupts them.
Hello? Excuse me? I'm still here.
Okay, asshole.
I'm a tax-paying citizen. I pay your salary, so why don't you stop gossiping and do your job?
A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. He shoots Potier a glare before stomping his way out of the Division of Arcane Affairs, muttering curses under his breath.
Him again? What's he complaining about this time?
Having brought the missing pendulum back to its place, the officer strides over and grabs the coffee. He shrugs.
some nonsense about making a mistake while we were out searching for a dog in Chinatown.
A missing pooch? Since when are we the dog patrol?
I know, it's not our job. And then he got all huffy about us being brash and naive. And then I was right back to complaining about the incident last year.
You remember when that rookie saw bruises on a kid and kicked up a whole fuss about child abuse? Turned out it was just some traditional Chinese massage. After they got cleared of the charges, the kid's parents were fuming about it for weeks. But like, come on, it's literally a rookie mistake. He apologized and they forgave him. You'd think that'd be a problem solved, right? But this guy just wouldn't let it go. He's not even related.
Still, must have left a bad taste in his mouth, I guess. I just don't get why he's complaining about it to us. We don't find missing dogs. We find critters.
They exchange a glance, and Potier lets out a sigh.
Well, at least most folks are friendly. Yeah, well, I was asking for good news. So how about something upbeat?
Sorry, I've got nothing of that particular flavor. Just the opposite.
Let me guess. Our vigilante struck again?
The officer drops some morning paper in front of her. As her eyes land on the headline, her coffee suddenly smells bitter.
The vigilante night piercer bestows justice to LA streets. Ugh, so melodramatic. Who got hit this time?
Some rich varsity boys. They got in the news over some hazing incident that put a teammate into the ICU. But you know how it is. Strings are pulled and all the charges went away.
But get this. All of them were found penned up on the school's fencing this morning. And with those injuries, looks like they can kiss college football goodbye.
Ooh.
Hate to say it, but I gotta side with the vigilante on this one. Those kids were monsters.
Whoa. Okay, they haze someone and put him into the ICU. But now these kids can't even play college football because they were injured so badly. I don't know if I would side with the vigilante on this one.
We're the police, and crime is crime. Doesn't matter how scummy the victims might be.
Irritated, Potier tosses the newspaper onto the one of the many cluttered desks around her.
The arcane skill this guy cast, using those needles? It's like he's trying to imitate Detective CO7. What's up with that?
CO7? Like from the movie series? Don't act so surprised I've seen them. You know I love movies about Arcanum.
So, do we got anything?
Have you seen the look on Chief Eldon's face yet?
Potier looks over to the deputy chief's office, squinting as she tries to see through the slatted blinds.
Hot damn. I know that look. Wasn't the last time when he found out his daughter was dating some jackass crook? I know this night piercer guy's been tricky, but is it really that bad?
You don't know the half of it. The pressure's been building on him. Now, apparently the up-tops are sending us some support. Some cadet from the Vigils Bureau. I guess they've decided we're not working hard enough, or something.
Vigils Bureau.
Vigils? From the Foundation?
Okay.
Aren't they only responsible for the Arcanum crimes that'll cause serious consequences? I don't see how this night piercer guy is their kind of trouble. Besides, how's a Vigil even going to help us? They don't know the city like we do. And not even a full agent, just a cadet.
Just a cadet.
Wait, did you say cadet?
Portier's head snaps back to the officer, her eyes wide. She can't just let that word slide by without notice.
You heard me. Apparently, they decided this is gonna be a thing. Send the cadets along to assist and test their chops. So now we're not just dog catchers, we're babysitters too.
Is this some kind of joke?
Your words, my lips.
The chief said it's a chance to develop a better working relationship between us and the Vigils. I think Brass just wants to cozy up with the St. Pavlo Foundation.
She downs the rest of her coffee and tosses the empty cup into the trash.
Yeah, that would explain the look on Eldon's face. So what? Anyone know when this cadet is due? Or hell, anything useful at all?
I heard tell it's some Chinese girl from a famous family of arcanists. She's got a mega powerful familiar, and that's why the Vigils recruited her.
Really? Just for her familiar? That can't be the only reason. Did she at least, like, score well on her tests?
Apparently, she didn't even take the test. She was still in training when she was picked. No field experience at all.
Damn. Potier tries to maintain her steely demeanor, but the frustration proves too much to contain.
So you mean this girl's a total liability? Some spoiled rich kid debutante looking for a chance to polish her resume?
The officer lets out a dry chuckle, but as her reply is about to leave her lips, her eyes flick behind Potier and her tone changes.
That's not exactly what I said.
They wouldn't put just anyone in this position. The office falls silent as all eyes turn to the unfamiliar figure standing in the doorway.
Excuse me. I'm Vigil Cadet Liang Yue from the St. Pavlo Foundation, Vigil's Bureau, reporting for duty, ma'am. Could you please point me to Deputy Chief Alden?
He's in his office.
Potier is the one to break the silence. She jerks her head towards the office in the corner as she speaks.
I see. Thank you.
She offers a slight nod and, under the scrutiny of every officer present, makes her way to the deputy chief's office. As soon as the door is shut, murmurs break out like wildfire.
That's our princess? I've seen street rats bigger. I bet I could lift her up with one hand.
Don't forget her familiar. Though, I don't see it now. So she must be a summoner.
Lucky her. I wish my great-great-great-grandpa left me something like that.
So what's Eldon gonna do? No way he's letting this baby rat scurry into our investigation. I'll show her the door myself if he'll let me.
Guaranteed our Vigil to be is a spoil airheaded legacy pick. I can't imagine she's the type to follow orders.
Guys, we won't get any answers just sitting here.
Yeah, you're right. I need to get back to work. Josh is out on leave, so I've got to cover all his cases.
Hey, hold on. I've got a way to get the scoop on this girl.
Before Potier can walk away, she grabs her sleeve and, with the knowing look on her face, indicates toward the deputy chief's office. Are we gonna eavesdrop?
Liang Yue, specially recommended by the Foundation's East Asia branch for selection into the Vigil's Bureau, top of class during your training. Selected to serve as the pilot for the Vigil Cadet Field Training Program with the LAPD Division for Arcane Affairs. It's an impressive resume.
Damn, dude's chiseled
Thank
like
you, sir.
hell.
Actually, it's not that...
Did I ask for an explanation?
Oh, so he's an asshole. Her voice falters for a moment.
No, sir.
Then don't give me one. You talk when I tell you to talk. You sit when I tell you to sit, and you do exactly as I say when I say. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir.
On the other side of the thin walls of the officers exchange smirks as they listen to their conversation.
Classic Eldon. Reminds me of the good old days.
Good? The hell was so good about them? Think you've taken one too many smacks on the noggin. Still, she isn't as stuck up as I expected.
And she's probably a wuss. I figured she was gonna backtalk him. More like a meek little mouse than a rat.
They press their ears against the wall and fall silent once again.
I've been told you're here to assist us in catching the vigilante known as Night Piercer. But one look at you tells me you don't have the chops. I'll bet you're greener than any rookie on my force. Now, Liang, answer me. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
On this beat, you're going to encounter arcane crime that is worse than anything you've seen in your training. Beyond your imagination. Are you prepared?
Yes, sir.
When it comes to dealing with arcanist criminals, you need wits and you need strength. One mistake and you could end up in a casket on that long flight back home. So I ask again, are you up to this challenge?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
No, you aren't.
What an asshole, man. Don't ask if you're just confused. Pulls a newspaper from the drawer and slams it on the desk.
Read it.
The arcanist scammer Johnny 3 times has been apprehended. Using his arcane skill, ominous obeisance, he manipulated his victims to do anything he asked, specifically transferring all their money to him. In order to successfully cast his arcane skill, he requires his target to answer yes 3 times in 1 minute.
If you had been dealing with him, he'd already have you dumping your trust fund into his bank account. Or worse.
With all due respect, sir, that isn't a fair evaluation. I wouldn't have answered you that way if you were not my commanding officer.
Very good.
Fair. There is no fair when it comes to arcanists. You've read the headlines about this guy and think you know what to expect? But what if he had abilities the news didn't know about? What if he could disguise himself? Or do you think that crooks just leave their resumes behind at the crime scene?
For a brief moment, she is at a loss for words.
No, sir.
This article was published a week ago. If you were as ready as you claimed, you should have known about this con man and his arcane skill. If you had any smarts, you'd have at least figured out I was probing you.
Oh, shut up. What an
But
asshole.
you didn't. I don't know what the Foundation and your vigils teachers taught you. Frankly, I don't care. Because you don't have the practical skills necessary to keep yourself alive on these streets. I will absolutely not put a kid like you on the Night Piercer case.
That's what I was sent here to do, though. Asshole. His cold voice carries through the wall. The officers outside exchange glances.
Cold and ruthless as a Minnesota winter. Elgin's never been a people person. Guess that's why they keep him stuck down here with us.
I don't know. I agree with him. But he's being pretty rough on her.
She's definitely too young for this. What you think? She gonna cry?
Look, if she can't handle the chief, then she can't handle this city.
Is that right? I seem to remember someone's eyes going red a few times on her first day.
What? Shut up! I didn't.
Shh. Listen.
They fall silent again, waiting to hear what fate will befall the young vigil cadet.
End of discussion. If you want to call home to your daddy or the Foundation and get reassigned somewhere else, be my guest. But as long as you're in my department, you'll follow my rules. So now I'll assign you some of the lighter cases. This is grunt work, kid. Try not to mess it up.
Hold on. I've got a bad feeling.
Poitiers' eyes widen, but it's too late to act.
Area Poitier will be your partner and field training instructor.
Ah!
I'll be happy to help you adjust. Isn't that right, Officer Poitier?
Poitier can't help but mutter a curse under her breath.
Crap. Guess my day isn't getting any easier.
Man, they're mean.
Here we are. Get out. First case of the day. Anytime regular beat cops find a case related to Arcanum, they'll call it into dispatch, and then we get to come mop it up. This is what we call a basic Arcanum incident. The bread and butter of our work, kid. It's not often that we get anything urgent, but you've got to stay on your toes.
Okay.
But to be honest, I hope we don't get anything big today. Last thing I want is to take a rookie like you into a real emergency.
I hope so too.
That's yes, ma'am. You got me? You're probably thinking I'm trying to put you in your place, huh? That I'm just bossing you around. But get off your high horse, princess. Because as long as I'm your field instructor, you need to show some respect.
Oh, what an asshole, man. This is the pro tip her colleagues gave her before she left. If your trainee has powerful connections, you've got two choices. Either make sure they know who's in charge from day one, or spend the rest of your day sucking it to them. But it seems she and her colleagues were worrying over nothing.
But I don't have a horse, and I didn't think you were bossy. I'm honored to have you as my partner and field instructor. I look forward to learning under you.
I don't have a horse. Pretty humble coming from a big shot cadet. Potier narrows her eyes only to be met with an earnest, slightly puzzled gaze.
Is there something wrong with what I said, ma'am?
Are you just that much of a pushover? Or is this all an act?
Pardon? I don't quite understand.
Nothing. Just keep close. You never know what can happen with these cases.
They take their last few steps up to the door and ring the bell. Heavy footsteps approach from within, and the door is flung open with a bang.
Finally! Do you know how long I've been waiting? Those monsters are at it again! Do something!
Such an enthusiastic welcome isn't exactly what the vigil cadet was expecting. She turns her head only to see her instructor comfortably positioned a few feet behind her. Looks like she'll have to handle this one on her own.
Please remain calm, ma'am. We're here now, and we won't let them hurt you. Am I correct that you reported there are critters that have broken into your house? Could you describe them for us? Do you have an idea how many?
I don't know. Like a ton? A bunch? 2.5 buttloads? I didn't stick around to count them.
Even among the woman's chaotic shouting, useful information can be extracted. Leon quickly formulates a plan.
So, there are many of them. In that case, I suggest we split up, ma'am. You could stay here and keep the lady safe, and send me to take the critters down. Given we're in the city, I suspect them to be tamed, and it's possible that someone may be controlling them. Once we've established their type, we may be able to deduce the incantation that's controlling them. Some incantations can be easily traced, such as the manipulation incantation or the shadow incantation.
Ah! Over there! There they are!
Please stay behind me, ma'am. We are... they?
She freezes mid-step, her eyes locking onto the corner of the yard. From the shadows, a row of plump creatures waddles into view.
Is this... This appears to be a Moncelo. A new breed of critter from the Miss New Bible Critter Rehabilitation Center. Endorsed by the LSCC. They are medium to large in size and classed as non-aggressive. The Moncelo consumes base arcane materials and extracts the energy from them. They are intended to assist in the arcane production industry. They've been slated for worldwide distribution. But why are they here?
Well, what are you waiting for? Do something! Kill them!
Kill them? Oh, ma'am, please don't worry. They will not attack people. And It's against our procedures to kill non-aggressive critters without authorization.
But they're destroying my azaleas! And the stairs in my lawn! And they almost bit my sweetie's tail off!
My sweetie's tail off! Even the ever-composed Vigil Cadet is momentarily at a loss for words.
Your sweetie? I see, ma'am. I will do my best to get them up.
She decides to put off investigating Sweetie's identity for now, before she can act, a shrill voice interrupts from outside the yard.
Don't you dare lay a finger on my precious munchies!
What? Can I help you, sir?
I knew it! This jerk is my next-door neighbor? He keeps all kinds of these ridiculous smelly critters around. I order you to throw him and all his disgusting little pets in jail!
Are you out of your mind? They're just some adorable munchalos. What kind of sicko would want to hurt them?
The shouting match quickly escalates as a barrage of increasingly colorful insults fills the air. Leon glances at her instructor. Poitier simply smirks and shrugs.
What did I tell you, huh?
Moo. Okay, let's just make a team that can quickly get rid of this stuff. So put you there, and yeah, we'll just stick with this.
Program activated.
Oh look, this card should do. We're not afraid of you. Golden ratio.
And now, to return to my long-term... Finally, lunchtime. I'll grab the cheeseburger and an Americano. Large.
The front door of the diner is barely closed by the time Poitier has shouted out her order. It seems this is just another part of the beat cops routine.
So, some fluffy trespassers, an alchemy incident, a noise complaint for a werewolf infected, and a speeding ticket on an unregistered arcane vehicle. Honestly, busier than I expected. But it all went smoother than I expected, too. We've earned ourselves a decent lunch, I'd say. So what do you want, princess?
Liang studies the menu on the wall, hesitating to answer.
What? Don't tell me our little vigil princess can't stomach a bit of fast food. Better get used to it, kid. We're on a tight schedule. There's no time for fancy dining.
Oh, it's not that. It's just... Are all the restaurants here so expensive? This is the first time I've been to LA, and it seems things cost more than I expected.
Poitier is taken aback.
What, you broke? You telling me the foundation, can't afford to pay you a decent wage?
Oh no. It's... my subsidy should be enough for daily necessities. It's only the... I was hoping to save some money, but it seems the prices here won't allow me to. Sorry, please forget it. I'll have a chicken sandwich. Thank you.
Okay.
Their orders placed, the two take a seat at Poitier's usual spot.
All right, question time, rookie. Because I think I've got the wrong impression. What I heard was that you were some pampered rich kid from a crazy old legendary family.
After a brief flicker of surprise, Liang's expression shifts. It's as if she expected to hear this question, or at least grown accustomed to it.
It's true. The Liang family have a long history and many legendary ancestors. But that was a long time ago. Nowadays, we're not so different from any other ordinary family.
Mm-hmm, sure. Ordinary. That's definitely what I think of when I see you. I also heard that you've got a familiar.
You mean Qiangliang?
Yeah, sure, that. Come on! It's some mysterious arcane creature from the Far East. Everyone in the DAA is curious about it, myself included. So, you gonna show me?
Liang looks a little troubled.
Now? I'm sorry, but I must refuse your request, Miss Poitier. With all due respect, the Qiangliang is a sacred being. It is deserving of great respect. It has a divine mission to expel diseases and evil beings, and has guarded the world through the ages. Maybe that just sounds like old legends, but it's the truth. We've recorded every battle it fought in our family chronicles. And we're only allowed to borrow its power when we're in the greatest of danger. Please understand that I can't just summon it simply to show it to others.
Okay, okay. I'm not unreasonable, Princess. If it's a sacred thing or whatever, I won't bother you over it.
From Liang's sincerity, it's clear that this isn't just an excuse. Poitier isn't annoyed by it, but she does seem a little bored by the overly serious response. An awkward silence falls at the table. Luckily, the waitress breaks it with the arrival of their meals.
Anyway, I guess I should say you're doing a lot better than I thought today. And I don't just give out compliments, you got that? So take some pride in it. But don't get cocky either. This was all chump work. You haven't seen the ugly side of this job yet. This morning might have been a cakewalk, but this job can blindside you just like that. Never underestimate anything.
She takes a hefty bite of her burger and launches into a monologue, the food still rolling around in her mouth. Liang simply looks blank. Poitier finally swallows.
Hey, you in there, Princess?
I apologize, but in our family, we have a rule. 食不言，寝不语. It means we believe you shouldn't talk when eating or sleeping.
What? You're kidding. You're trying to say I'm being rude? Or wait, you're serious, aren't you?
Liang sits totally still, her expression unchanged.
What kind of stupid rule is that? Besides, why would anyone be talking while they're asleep? What, like you can't sleep talk? How do you even control that?
Poitier appears to be giving the question some genuine thought.
Sorry, maybe I didn't translate it right. It means keep quiet before sleep.
For a long moment, Poitier stares at her dumbfounded, then she slumps back into her seat.
The heck? So many rules. Damn, Princess, you must have had a miserable childhood. Let me guess. Every day was courses and training, stuck inside, no books, no movies. Did they even let you watch Saturday morning cartoons? I've heard of kids like you. Sounds worse than jail to me.
Could be.
A childhood like that is rough, kid. It's bad for your head. Bad for the job, too.
Liang furrows her brow a little. She can't follow her thought process at all.
How is it bad for the job?
Liang furrows her brow a little. She can't follow her thought process at all. I don't understand why you're upset, Miss Poitier. How is it bad for the job?
Did you check the list of incidents before we set off? There's a case we're going to after lunch. A director that received some kind of threat. She's shooting a film in Chinatown. Anyways, this director's an arcanist, and her movie is all about arcanum. So it's in our department. The point is, knowing's half the battle in this job. It'd be easier if you were a cinephile, or at least familiar with films. Maybe then you'd know a thing or two about her. She's famous for those Detective CO7 films. The first movies to really put a focus on arcanum and arcanists. Something about it, though. The detective in those films used a skill a lot like this night piercer crook. What's her name again? Something with an N?
Put to a strains to recall the names. She only saw it flash on the screen for a moment when she watched the film way back when, in her focus, she fails to notice the flash of surprise on Liang's face.
Noire.
Yeah, that's it. Wait, so you...
Yes, I've watched her movies too.
I'll be damned. So was it a special reward for getting straight A's, or...
She's an asshole, man.
Calling all nearby units. Code 3. We have a hostage situation at City Hall.
The radio announcement cuts their get-to-know-you session
Suspect is a
short.
registered arcanist posing a threat to life. On-scene officers are requesting immediate arcanist support.
City Hall. We're close by, aren't we?
Radio announcement cuts their get-to-know-you session short. Okay.
Pack up. Lunchtime's over.
I can't wait for her to show her stuff.
I called the hostage, sir! This won't do you any good! Go away! Damn it! That was close. Where's our backup?
DAA, at your service.
What's the situation?
See for yourself.
The city hall, usually bustling with foot traffic, now stands eerily empty. The reason is immediately clear.
Don't come any closer. Stay back! Stay back! Please! Don't kill me! I'm sorry! I really am! Please let me go. Shut up! It's too late now. Say another word and you are dead! Stay back!
He swings the blade in his hand wildly, his voice a furious panic snarl. The crowd on the other side of the police barricade instinctively recoils, but the woman standing just 10 paces away doesn't move an inch.
Hey, hey! Trust me, pal. You really don't want to do this.
Who's that? Doesn't look like one of ours.
Just some civvy. She was talking with the suspect before we got here.
That woman.
What, you know her? Look familiar or something?
No, just a thought. It's nothing.
The woman glances toward the officers, seeming to notice their conversation.
People make mistakes, but some mistakes can't be undone. Don't put that blood on your hands, or it'll never wash off. Is hurting this guy worth all that pain and guilt? Sooner or later, he'll get what's coming to him for what he's done. I promise you that.
Words seem to have an effect. The hostage taker hesitates, his face controlled in pain, his grip on the knife faltering.
But, I must.
He's distracted. Rookie, time for us to take him down.
Time to verify my new hypothesis. This. Oh, look, here's another one. We stand together. Uh-huh.
Under attack.
This space beholds the phenomenal world. Oh, be careful.
Please stand down, sir.
Although almost half his size, Liang manages to pin the suspect to the ground. The other officers swarm in, snapping handcuffs around his wrists before he can put up another fight.
Suspect under control. I repeat, suspect under control. No further backup needed.
Looks like this case is wrapped up.
Nice moves. I was kind of hoping we get to see that familiar of yours, though.
A simple threat like this isn't worthy of Qiangliang. I have to reserve its assistance unless absolutely necessary.
So is this just another one of those rules? Or do you mean its help comes with a price tag?
Both.
Despite the curtness of her response, her eyes widen a little at Poitier's astuteness. Poitier scowls.
That it?
What do you mean?
I mean, so far, every time you talk about the job or your family rules, it's just the surface level stuff. How do you actually feel about any of this?
Liang looks genuinely confused.
How I feel? I don't understand why it would be necessary to mention that.
'Cause we're partners, kid. We've got to trust each other. How am I gonna let you watch my six if I don't even know how you tick?
But Liang still doesn't seem to get it.
I see. You're my partner and instructor during my assignment with the LAPD Division of Arcane Affairs. So, I'll do my best to learn from you and complete my work as assigned. I won't slow you down.
That's not what I'm... Forget it.
Huh?
Liang's tone all but says, "My personal feelings don't matter." Poitier gives up trying to argue with someone with such a stubborn, unreadable demeanor. She simply stares at her, quietly seething to herself. Luckily, before things spiral further, the hostage cuts through the tension.
I'm really grateful, miss. But ain't you a bit young to be an arcane affairs officer? I think I've seen that uniform somewhere else before. You're a vigil, right?
Yes, sir. Wait.
Liang swallows the rest of her words as she stares at the hostage she just rescued, her expression suddenly wary.
I know you.
The Arcanist scammer Johnny 3 Times has been apprehended. Using his arcane skill, Ominous Obeisance, he manipulated his victims to do anything he asked, specifically transferring all their money to him.
You're that scammer Johnny 3 times.
Oopsie. Guess that's the downside of getting your name in the papers.
Mm-hmm.
What? Didn't we already book that guy? What's he doing here?
He got a sweetheart deal. A reduced sentence in exchange for revealing where he stashed all the dough he stole. And it was a shitload of money, too. Apparently from some big donors to the mayor's re-election campaign. Of course he demanded he be present for the unveiling of his stash, so they brought him here. That's when this loony attacked the police escort, took him hostage.
Hey, easy, officer. You've already got me. No need to be so rough with the cuffs.
Clam it, Johnny!
We should have just let that guy ice him.
May I ask, officer, do we know if the man trying to kill him was...
Yeah, he's the son of a victim. This bastard took his mom for all she was worth, and when she found out, boom, heart attack.
Damn. He shakes his head, heaving a weary sigh. Johnny 3 times snickers.
Like mother, like son. He was just as dumb as his doddering old mom. Worse even, because he didn't even catch wise to it. It's a concrete jungle, baby, and it follows jungle rules. Survival of the fittest. Crapper brains here never had a chance. If it wasn't me, it would have been someone else. What a joke. Imagine killing over just because you lost a bit of cash. Then we've got this dumbass coming at me with even less of a brain. Think about it. If he killed me, how's he gonna get his money back?
Shut the fuck up, asshole.
She levels a punch to his gut, sending him crumpling to the ground, gasping for air.
Officer Poitier, what are you doing?
What? I'm teaching this douchebag a lesson.
But we can't do that. It's against the rules.
Liang steps between the two, blocking Poitier from doing any more.
Well, I guess the visuals are a cut above the trash when it comes to the DAA. Am I right?
Poitier takes a deep breath as she tries to rein in her frustration.
Let's get this straight, rookie. You don't tell me what to do. I should have known. You're just the worst kind of cop. Everything by the book, sticking to your high and mighty principles like you know what's best.
And she's back to being an asshole. She lets out a frosty huff and turns away.
Huh?
杨月，你为什么要告诉老师？因为你们那么做是不对的。
You did something wrong.
告密精。
Then you're a rat. I didn't really care if you wanted to come along, but now you go and snitch on us? Told you we shouldn't have invited her.
等等，别走。
Wait, don't go. The clamor of fearful voices cuts her off. Yang Yue, how dare you rat us out? Okay.
No! Somebody stop him!
Uh-oh. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Alright. Let's see. How many chapters are there? Probably like 16, 17, 19? There's probably like 20, 20. Okay.
Stay back! Help me! Help!
The city hall has been plunged back into chaos. Johnny lets out a shriek, scrambling to get as far away as possible.
Get away!
Whoa. What happened? He hurls the officer aside. Blood drips down his finger from the thumb he broke to slip his hand out of his cuffs. Damn, he moves with inhuman strength, fighting off approaching officers with ease.
Out of my way! I will kill you! I will kill you all!
Damn it, is this dude high or something?
No. No, I don't think this is drugs. It's an arcane skill. I sense some kind of evil spirit. I think I can stop him, ma'am.
The tension between them has been totally forgotten. The situation is urgent. Poitier gives a sharp nod.
Fine. Whatever it is, whatever you think you can do, do it.
I will. This is my duty.
Liang gives a firm nod before rushing towards the suspect.
Kill! I must kill this bastard! Who are you?
Please stay calm, sir. I have no weapon. I'm just here to make a phone call.
What? A phone call?
Yes. And you are going to make it.
Who are you dialing?
You'll soon find out. 强梁既出，王有不为，斩杀凶旧，消结不祥。
Pretty cool.
Time to verify my new hypothesis. Oh look, this part should do. The golden ratio. Oh, be careful. Oh look,
Loading.
uh-huh. Yet another proof nearing perfection.
No! My head! Ah! I'm so sorry, Mama.
With one last garbled whisper, the man collapses. The officers around him remain frozen, still too wary to approach.
Should we cuff him?
Allow me. But I believe we should bring him to the hospital to be checked over immediately.
Think you can handle him? We got this con man to take care of.
She follows the older officer's gaze. Not long ago, Johnny 3 times was brimming with arrogance. Now he is a crumpled heap on the floor. A dark stain has formed on his crotch of his pants.
God, what a loser.
What a loser. Poitier sneers, shaking her head as she turns away. She hesitates and shifts her gaze to Liang.
So, you know what I'm about to say, right? Hmm?
Liang looks visibly confused, although more understandably this time.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is that what you want? For me to say it? Sorry. I felt bad for that guy, but there was nothing we could do for him while he was possessed. If it weren't for you, we might have shot him. Well done, Visual Liang. And please just forget what I said. I was out of line.
Oh, you're finally fixing your attitude, huh? The moment her apology ends, she turns her head, unwilling to see Liang's reaction, but after a long pause, there is no response.
Say something.
She looks back to see Liang frozen in surprise.
Oh, right. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart.
Good. Who's there?
A stifled laugh hits their ears. Poitier springs back like a startled cat.
I shouldn't eavesdrop. It's a bad habit. It's just... You remind me of my friends back in the old days.
You're the lady that tried to help us soothe him. Thank you for the help. It could have turned out much worse if you hadn't been there. Thank you again.
That's too kind of you, young Vigil. I just did what anyone should. Really, it was you and your partner that were the real heroes.
You're too modest, ma'am. Actually, forgive me for asking. Haven't I seen your face before?
She studied the woman's face for quite some time before speaking this thought aloud. They haven't met in person. No, it was in some other way, but how? Where? She has barely begun forming the words when the woman gives her the answer.
Good to know that someone still remembers those old flicks, even after all these years.
The features of the face beneath the beret overlap with the face from Liang's memory. But the face she remembers lacks the maturity and composure of the woman before her. That face was brimming with youthful confidence, full of fire and energy. But one thing has remained the same. Those bright, shining eyes like stars twinkling on silver screens and television sets.
Yes, from the movies. That's right. You're...
Oops, you got me. I'm casing. Or were you hoping I'd say Detective CO7?
She winks at the two dumbfounded officers.
A full report will take some time. You'll need to wait for now.
Thank you, Doctor.
Our perp had his ID with him. That saves us a lot of digging. Eric Wong, 43, runs a grocery store in Chinatown. Let's see. The only family member we've got is his wife, a Lillian Lau, who immigrated to the States 10 years ago. Both have no criminal record, totally clean. He's an arcanist apparently, and a powerful one at that. But no reports of any prior misuse of arcana. His car was found near the crime scene, all filled up with potatoes and carrots from the wholesalers. Either this was just a spur-of-the-moment wacko move, or some bizarre attempt at a tuber-based alibi. Anyway, we've contacted his wife, and she should be here soon. Maybe we'll get some more clues from her. Yo, Liang, you listening?
Oh, you're right.
The answer is obvious. No. Poitier takes a deep breath.
Earth calling Liang!
The sudden shout snaps Liang out of her daze.
Officer Poitier, we're in a hospital. We should keep quiet.
I would have, but that didn't seem likely to bring you back to Earth, Space Cadet. So what's got you lost in space now?
I'm just thinking.
About what?
About Miss Qixing.
Right. I guess you're really into those movies, huh? It's all good, boo.
Boo.
I get the picture now. Our little CO7 fan sneaking into the cinema behind her parents' back. You know, you're beginning to almost seem human, princess.
At first, I thought you might be an android. Like those Laplace bots that got writing parking tickets for us.
Riding parking tickets.
In fact, I do like Miss Qixing's CO7 movies very much. Her character means a lot to me.
Oh, is that the reason why you decided to be a visual?
Specifically, yes. It's the reason I decided my destiny was to be in the police. But back to the topic. I was thinking about Miss Qixing, but it wasn't because I like her or anything like that.
She shakes her head, her gaze sharpening, her brows furrowed slightly.
It's just that her being here made me think about Night Piercer. Miss Qixing has a similar arcane skill to the one he appears to use. She called it Silver Needle. She even performed it in her movies. Could that really just be a coincidence?
Huh?
The officer knits her brow as if she's just been hit with a bad joke, but Liang, deep in thought, continues.
And what she said felt meaningful in some way. It's a great pleasure to meet you, Miss Qixing. I grew up watching your films. But what are you doing here in LA? I mean, if it's okay to ask?
Sure, not a problem at all. I'm here to see an old friend.
Though she was once a star known across the nation, Qixing speaks warmly and without airs. It's like she's chatting with an old friend.
Is it Miss Noire? I heard she's planning a new film.
Oh, so you heard the news? It's been a long time since I last saw her. You're right though, kid. I've got something I need to talk to her about.
Of course. That's great. Oh, and the Dushuo Festival is coming soon. I hope you all go to the Shehu Parade in Chinatown. It'll be so much fun to see you there.
Huh?
The quiet, reserved Liang had suddenly turned chatty. Poitier stares at her. She's like an entirely different person.
Shehu. Is it really that time of year again?
You don't like the parade?
Of course I do. I like every bit of it. Watching people eat, perform, and come together to celebrate the end of the year, and to pray for peace and good luck in the next. I like the pure and simple wish that the Shehu parade carries. But it always reminds me of the ending.
What ending?
Qixing falls silent, shaking her head, but no more explanation is needed. Liang's memories have come back to her.
You mean the ending of the last film in the CO7 series?
She must have guessed correctly. Qixing's eyes widen a little, then she gives a small nod.
Yes. I know lots of people like that ending. A reflection of reality, they say. Tragedy leaves people with a deeper impression than comedy. But as for me, I hated it. The good guys failed and the bad guys won? What kind of an ending is that? Maybe we don't get a say in how things work in reality. But in stories we can. We should. Reality itself is tragic enough already. Why should a movie remind us of how absurd things really are? What goes around comes around. That's what people want to see in the movies.
Her tone has turned unusually serious for a discussion about film, but these words strike a chord with Liang.
I agree with you. When I was little, I also didn't like how it ended. Maybe it's true that reality can't guarantee us true justice, but I still want to see justice being served, at least in fiction.
This response seems to earn Ji Xing's approval.
I feel the same way. Pardon me for asking. That beast you summoned was something else. It reminded me of a certain creature, a legendary beast from the north of China. 強梁既出，網友不為，斬殺空舊，梟截不除。
It's bugged.
That must make you a descendant of the Liang family, right?
Something in Ji Xing's gaze makes Liang feel as though she's standing too close to an open flame, but even so, she answers truthfully.
Yes, I'm Liang Yue, from the Liang family of the 12 Jins.
Liang Yue. Liang Yue. It's a good name, little Vigil. I'll keep it in mind.
She's the Night Piercer. She has to be. The goals are really expensive.
I read an article about the conflicts between Miss Qi Xing and the other two producers of the CO7 series. Before, I thought it was only rumors. But now, thinking over what she said, what if it's true? What am I saying? It's ridiculous.
Then stop pouting over it, Princess. We've got work to do.
The hallway at the Laplace Rehabilitation Center Cooperative Hospital is bustling with people lost in thought. Leon is jolted back to reality by a
You want to
firm
bet on how many people in LA have similar arcane skills?
clap on the back.
Come on, it's a total coincidence. You don't really think they're the same person, do you? That'd be nuts.
I mean, it's the Detective CO7 we're talking about. Sure, she's been retired from acting for a while, but she's like super famous.
I want to bet on how many people in LA have similar arcane skills. Come on, it's a total coincidence. Okay.
If she was gonna go all kooky and start taking out crooks like she was the real CO7, why wait all this time? It's been years since her last movie, and we're only just dealing with this Nightpiercer guy now. Besides, it's not like it's a crazy, unusual type of arcane skill. Who knows? Maybe this Nightpiercer guy is a fan of Detective CO7's films too. Can't rule out anything yet.
Fair.
Hey, you okay in there? Did I knock the wind out of you?
It's okay. I'm fine.
Leon shakes her head. Poitier, still bewildered and perhaps feeling a little guilty, insists that she didn't mean to hit her so hard. No, not that it matters. At least the sudden smack did the trick of pulling Liang out of her spiraling thoughts. Neither the test results nor the suspect's family has arrived yet. Leon makes her way to the vending machine at the far end of the hallway. With the coins, Poitier drops in her hand as a half-hearted apology and buys herself an orange juice. But that absurd thought, that ridiculous guess from earlier, still refuses to leave her mind.
Forget it. Just like you said, it doesn't make any sense.
All attempts to push the thought from her mind are failing. That is, until a frantic voice cuts through the air.
But you're injured, ma'am. You can't just leave.
I'm totally fine. It's just a tiny smidge of damage. I can fix it myself.
You call a broken arm a smidge? You need to let us treat it immediately.
What's going on here?
The doctor recognizes her uniform immediately.
Are you a vigil? Could you help me stop this girl? She's trying to leave with a broken arm. She was in an accident, but since she's woken up, she's refused to let us examine anything. She might not be our normal kind of patient, but we're doctors. We can't let someone leave when they need immediate medical attention.
A vigil? I'm in a hurry now. I'm gonna miss my bus.
Sketchy. Beneath the girl's clothing, the exposed skin has a cold metallic sheen. That must be what the doctor meant by it, not our normal kind of patient. Leon notices the emblem on her chest, marking her as an employee of the St. Pavlov Foundation. How odd that she'd have such a panicked reaction at the sight of a vigil.
There'll be another bus, but you only have one buddy. You should listen to the doctor. Sit down and wait until you're cleared to leave. Please show us your ID so the doctor can give you treatment.
For a few stiff seconds, the girl's mechanical head freezes in place. Then, in a movement almost too hard to...
Hamster riding a stethoscope.
Please show us your ID so that the doctor can give you treatment. For a few stiff seconds, the girl's mechanical head freezes in place. Then, in a movement almost too fast to follow, it snaps up.
A hamster what?
The bizarreness of the words leaves Leon no choice but to glance in the pointed direction, only to confirm, of course, that there is no hamster nor stethoscope in sight.
Now. Hey, wait! Were you looking for me? Stay behind me. Here I am. I'll keep us safe.
Watch out.
Sorry, I'm after a...
The hospital's narrow hallways are hardly suitable for a chase, and Leon quickly finds her path blocked by a supply cart. By the time she's made it past it, the mechanical-headed girl has disappeared. Her mental chameleon communication device, issued by the division of the Arcane Affair, gives off its distinctive chime.
Where did you go? Get back here. The medical report is ready, and Mr. Wong's family just arrived.
Understood. How's Mr. Wong doing?
There's a long pause on the other end of the line.
It's not pretty.
Mr. Wong is lying unconscious in the hospital bed, looking haggard. His breathing is labored and raspy, like the wind rattling through a hollowed-out log.
How? What happened to him? He seems completely normal this morning.
Her legs go weak. Were it not for the man supporting her, she might have collapsed entirely.
Please relax, Miss Wong. We have to wait and see what the doctor says.
Isn't this the annoying dude familiar? Yeah. Poitier instantly recognizes him, one of the Division of Arcane Affairs' least welcome and regular visitors.
Right. You're the local arcane private eye, aren't you, Joe? Are you commissioned by the victim?
What?
The man's eyes widen in surprise before shooting Poitier a venomous glare.
Unlike some tax leeches out there, I actually help people in need. I don't charge a fee when it comes to my neighbors.
Sorry.
He clearly has no interest in arguing at a time like this. He lets out a cold snort and turns to the doctor with a questioning look.
Miss Liang has cleared the unknown arcane skill that was afflicting him. His physical condition is stable, but I fear there may be some long-term effects on his mind. He seems to be suffering from a severe thought and memory disorder. It would be best to keep him asleep.
Doctor, when will he wake up? Can I speak to him?
For now, we suggest against it. It may cause him additional distress to see someone familiar to him. We fear there might be memory loss.
What? How? What should I do now? With this mother gone, I can't take any more of this.
Madam.
The woman looks as though all the strength had been drained from her body as she slumps into a nearby chair. Liang opens her mouth to offer comfort, but can't seem to find the right words.
So, who's a little China's kid? Did the DAA give you a sidekick to do your job for you?
What an asshole.
Forget it, listen, if you are not going to do your best to help these people, then it's better you just stay out of my way.
Liang looks to Poitier with a questioning gaze. Poitier shakes her head and sighs, gesturing for her to come closer before handing over the hospital's diagnosis.
When they first brought him in, there were remnants of the arcanum riddled through his body. It might have gone a long way to proving he wasn't in control of himself. But I guess anything definitive has already faded away. The doctors couldn't isolate a cause. Worst case scenario, they might not believe us and have this poor guy shoved off to the funny farm.
Liang clenches her fists and looks toward the woman curled up in the hospital chair, quietly sobbing. She looks so small against the oversized seat. Finally, Liang steps forward and crouches beside the chair. After a brief hesitation, she reaches out and places a hand over the woman's. Zhou looks surprised over the woman's.
Madam, please. You need to stay strong for your husband. They've brought in some of the best doctors from the Laplace Rehab Center. If there is anyone that can help him, it'll be them.
In a way, it is a promise with no real guarantee, a statement that could almost be considered a lie, but even lies have value when the person needs to hear them. The woman hastily wipes her tear-streaked face and lifts her head.
He said that he was going to buy produce from the wholesalers. But I couldn't reach him. And then the police called. My husband is a good man. Everyone knows that. He will never do something like this. Please, miss. You have to help us.
Okay. The woman grasps Liang's hand tightly in hers, her fingers trembling. Her hands are gentle yet rough, etched with years of hard work, the kind of hands earned through long days and nights of striving for a better life. In her palm, she can feel the woman's desperate, burning warmth. It is so hot, she feels it could scorch her. Liang takes a deep breath.
You can rely on us, ma'am. We'll find out the truth behind this. I promise you.
She gives the woman's hand a firm, reassuring
squeeze.
Thank you so much. You are our only hope. Please.
Sometimes a lie can become the truth. All it takes is someone willing to make it so. The door to the ward is shut behind them. After a moment of silence, Poitier tilts her head.
Rookie mistake, Princess. Never make a promise about something you don't get to decide on.
I'm sorry, Miss Poitier, but I only mean...
Hold it. I didn't say we weren't gonna do our best.
The words she was about to say no longer serve any purpose. Instead, Liang does something Poitier has never seen her do before. She smiles.
Thank you, ma'am.
Cool.
Not so fast. We still need some solid evidence if we're gonna crack this case.
But where to begin? It seems like there are no obvious clues beyond what we were seeing. Mr. Wong had no enemies and was well loved in his community. If that's the case, then it can't be a simple motivation. Still, something sticks out to me. When I ask about any recent events or happenings, it wasn't Mrs. Wong that answered. It was...
Poitier already knows where this is going.
Joe, our private eye with a chip on his shoulder against the DAA.
Yes. He mentioned that there have been strange things going on around LA's Chinatown recently. According to my notes, he mentioned there were children that suddenly became distant and unresponsive, young men that began showing signs of memory loss, and an otherwise healthy elder that rapidly developed signs of dementia. Absent-mindedness, empty despondence towards family and friends, memory loss. It all sounds very familiar to Mr. Wong's condition, but no one thought to bring the matter to the police. I also spoke with the nurses here. They said they've also noticed an increase in patients from Chinatown complaining of confusion and memory loss. I guess once again, no one thought it was serious enough for our attention.
Well, what you thinking, Cadet? Are all these cases related?
Poitier's expression darkens.
If it's as widespread as you're making it out to be, we might be in over our heads.
Even so, I think we can't overlook it as a possibility. Arcane skills that directly affect the mind are rare, but they do exist. I've read of similar cases in the Vigil's archive. One of them, as I recall, had very similar symptoms to what we're seeing here. However, if there were some criminal intention behind all of these symptoms, what could it be?
Yeah.
Or could it be an accident? Maybe a child with a powerful arcane skill who can't control it. Or some unregulated and dangerous arcane objects. We can't draw any conclusions without more evidence.
The two officers look troubled, then as if something...
Arcane objects.
Then, as if something has
Isn't there a
clicked in her
department in
mind,
the Foundation
Poitier's
that stores
face
and
lights up.
records dangerous arcane materials?
Arcane objects. Isn't there a department in the Foundation that stores and records dangerous arcane materials?
Yes, at the headquarters of the Foundation. And its official name is... the Arcanum Containment Department.
Ah, voilà. Je crois que je suis arrivée. C'est bien plus lumineux et spacieux que je ne l'avais imaginé.
Ah, voila. I believe I am here. It is much brighter and more spacious than I expected. All right. Okay. Suddenly recalling your past life as a pharaoh. If you're simultaneously bitten by a vampire and a dragon while dissolving into an oil painting, but you're somehow still alive, then that's right, your treatment will be free. Helping you helps us help everyone. Alright.
Des armoires. Des
Cabinets,
armoires, et
cabinets, and
encore
more
des
cabinets.
armoires. Qui est responsable ici?
Who is in charge here? I was under the impression this was an important department, no? Where is the security? The ever-curious Matilda weaves her way through rows of filing cabinets. She has read about this department in books detailing the Foundation's history. The department contains all known objects which have produced dangerous or mysterious arcane phenomenon. Some even say it contains every arcane mystery solved and unsolved that has ever been recorded. But of course, the biggest mystery of all time, the storm, still defies them. As it does for us all. It seems with every department turned to the study of the storm, there's little time to spare for these more trivial puzzles. Her footsteps echo through the empty department, and the odd sense that she's being watched settles over her. Silence can be comforting, but it also can be unsettling, a breeding ground for loneliness, dredging up long-buried unease. I wonder how Mama is doing. Madame Z said she would keep an eye on her, but still no updates. She finds herself pausing, her gaze lowering to the ground. But only for a moment. No, bring yourself together, Matilda Boinich. This is your Mama, the greatest mother of all time. What could possibly have gone wrong? With renewed confidence, she picks up her pace, her pale ponytail bouncing behind her. Now her most outstanding daughter runs an important errand for the Foundation, unlike some others who have dedicated their valuable time to a vacation in the name of reviving the Uluru games. Is that Sonata? Still, one must hope they succeed in making the games as grand and sublime as they were in the distant past, or else. Just as she passes another set of shelves, something catches her eye.
Everything's fine here. Now on to the next row. Oh, this is one of my favorites.
What is it?
An excellent question, miss. See that serial number on it? AN003. A water sample from the Peilin River. Number 003. There are hundreds of thousands of samples, collections, and records here. But no matter who you ask, this particular one will always make their top list. Collected in a remote city in China, when the investigators arrived, they found that it had been isolated in time. All its inhabitants dressed and lived as if they were from the late Tang Dynasty.
Awesome, that little nugget there.
Completely unaware of the state of the world beyond their lands, as if trapped in a time capsule from the forgotten past.
Oh.
The liquid inside the vial is clear and pristine, less like river water and more like a perfectly liquefied gemstone. Matilda can't help but stare in fascination.
But how is that possible? Did no one ever leave the city? Not even to travel or do business?
You're a clever one, miss. Yes, it seems the investigators were confused too. In the end, they realized that an arcane skill was affecting the Peilin River. Sadly, it seems the arcane energy was dissipating by the time they arrived, and they weren't able to figure out its cause. This is the only sample they were able to recover. Laplace has been begging for access to it. They're eager to unravel the mystery.
Wow, that is indeed a most intriguing claim.
It's not just a claim, miss. It's real. Wait. Miss Matilda Boinich?
The careless young staff member only now seems to have fully recognized Matilda's presence.
You've heard of me?
Yeah, of course. Who hasn't heard of the Boiniches and their star investigator daughter? Didn't you know that everyone's been talking about you since you joined the Foundation? Actually, my mother and I went to visit you. Oh, but I haven't introduced myself. Constance Scott. I'm a fellow graduate from SPDM. Of course, now, I'm just a record keeper here.
It doesn't seem like false modesty. Every top student of the SPDM was granted the honor of having their name inscribed in the school's Hall of Fame, but Matilda has never once come across the name Scott.
Actually, I've been looking for you as well, Miss Scott. Commissioner Pedra asked me to give this to you.
A letter? What's it about?
I couldn't say, but he had a most unpleasant look about him as he gave it to me. Then he asked me to review my report on the events in San Francisco. Are you alright? Your face has grown quite pale.
I'm fine. I just have a bad feeling I know what I'm about to read.
What? Having bid farewell to Matilda, Scott makes her way to a secluded room within the department, the letter clutched in her hand. She carefully closes the door behind her and, with one last glance around the room, opens the envelope. A single sheet of paper floats out from within, one carrying a heavy message.
The investigation has been concluded. Unfortunately, their findings were exactly as we feared. The suspect must be apprehended ASAP, and all efforts must be made to retrieve this arcane object before either cause further trouble. You must leave immediately. Her last reported sighting was in Chinatown, Los Angeles.
What? What does that have to do with Scott? Oranges, fresh oranges.
Sorry, could you say that again? Ji Ma Wu? And that means paper horse dance? Okay, I got it.
Hey, shopkeeper, got any siu left? No? Then give me a piece of char siu and give me some bok chi gai, please.
Daddy, look! There's a dragon on the floor! That's totally cool!
People speaking many languages meet and weave around each other on the crowded avenue. Liang wanders among them, stopping every now and then to take it all in.
Welcome to Chinatown. How do you like it?
Yes, it does give me a certain sense of nostalgia. Do you come here often, Miss Boydier?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, outside of work, it's been a while. 3 years or so.
Only once in 3 years? I don't think you can consider that often.
Poitier waves a hand, glancing down the lively streets on either side.
Yeah, well, it's a fun place for a day trip, sure. But things are different when you put on the uniform. Remember that private eye back at the hospital, Joe? You can get an impression about how people see the police around here from him.
You mean that the residents here don't cooperate with the Arcane Affairs Division?
Well, it's complicated. There's a lot of language and cultural barriers. Folks here just don't turn to the police to solve their problems. Even when they do, we feel like we have no idea where to start. The thing that surprised me the most was how arcanists of all kinds and humans live so closely together here. I guess it's the same in China, isn't it? I remember this one time we had a call about a break-in. When we got there, it turned out the shopkeeper was a big white bird as tall as I am. And this other time, we're chasing down a lost puppet for some lame-ass puppeteer. Anyways, so I asked an old lady if she'd seen a doll nearby. You know what she said? Well, I don't know what she said, but she started going off about me being a Laowai. Now give me some credit. I might not speak Chinese, but I do know Laowai means foreigner. So excuse me? Like I'm American, baby. Born and raised.
Sorry.
Liang knows she should remain serious, but she can't help but be tickled by Poitier's indignation. Poitier shoots her a glare, but then heaves a quiet sigh.
That's not even the half of it. The thing is, I don't hate it here. Although I can't say I love Chinatown very much either. To be honest, most of us on the force haven't found a way to make inroads with the people here.
If that's the problem, why don't we try to understand things step by step? Maybe then we can start fresh? We're here anyway.
Liang turns back and examines the archway at the beginning of the road. They have already been in this other world for a while.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. If we're gonna get anywhere, then we'll have to start here. But we need to check another task off our list first.
They cross the street and turn into a narrow alleyway.
Should be right there, down the alley. Feeling excited, rookie? We're about to pay a visit to your favorite director, Noire.
Favorite? What? No. I just like the movies, that's all. I've got no specific feelings for the director.
Liang can't hold back her rebuttal, but under Poitier's teasing gaze, she stops herself.
Maybe just a little. I am curious about the mind of the director behind such great movies. But this is strictly a police matter, so I will act with professional self-restraint. Actually, I've made a request with the Vigil's intelligence branch for a file on Director Noah and any related events. We should get it soon.
You've got a file on her already? Feels like you're going a bit overboard, rookie. It wasn't actually the director that called us. Her assistant did. Later on, Noire herself contacted us and said the so-called threat was just a misunderstanding. Normally, we'd leave it at that. There's too much real crime out there to bother with a case where the victim doesn't think anything happened. Still, according to dispatch, the assistant was real spooked over it. The operator got the feeling we should give it a second look, so they kept the file open. But look, this is just a follow-up and an excuse to come down here. So keep your mind on the real mission.
Okay.
Got it, ma'am.
The scene from the Division of the Arcane Affairs yesterday flashes across Liang's mind. After leaving the hospital, they immediately returned to report their findings and highlight the dangers lurking behind Chinatown's strange events. But the higher-ups had a different take on things.
It's been reassigned to the local precinct.
Poitier stands in the doorway to the deputy chief's office and shakes her head. Liang immediately catches the subtle shift in her expression.
What's wrong? What does that mean?
Nothing, kid. It's just most of the force aren't trained to deal with arcane crimes. Don't get me wrong. They're good, capable officers, but I'm worried. If this was any other case, I'd keep my mouth shut. But come on, this is clearly our department. This case has arcanum all over it. I don't think they know what they're getting into.
For a brief moment, neither speaks. Then Liang's eyes light up.
Miss Poitier, I have an idea. What if we...
We prioritize Noire's case, which just happens to put us in Chinatown, so there's no harm in asking a few questions about our other investigation. I knew there was a little rebel in you, Liang. You like to bend the rules, just not break them. Am I right?
Not too often. Actually, I think we're obliged to take Miss Noah's case seriously, even if it wouldn't help us with the other case. Please wait a minute. It's my communication device.
Liang pulls out the communication device, often criticized by the Foundation employees for being too bulky. Poitier leans in to get a better look. Her chameleon comb perched on her chest stretches its neck in curiosity.
SPF-1 portable contact device activated. You've received a new message. Downloading attachment. Download complete. Please check your mailbox.
Message? What's it about?
It's from the intelligence department. They've found her records. Miss Noah is registered with the Foundation, There might be something in her files that can provide us some clues.
She opens the pinned email and scans through the attached files. Her expression turns serious.
Wait, is this?
Whose is this? It's blocking the camera sightlines. Get it out of the way. When are we coming in? We've been waiting forever. I wish I brought a chair.
What's going on? Are they filming another movie? Do you see anyone famous?
At the end of the alley, in an old abandoned house filled with camera equipment, crew members and actors go about their business, drawing curious glances from passerby. One particular figure catches Liang's attention, someone strangely familiar.
Oh, is that today's lunch? Mind if I take a look? Not now? Fine.
That's that odd person I saw at the hospital. She works for the foundation.
Who? You mean Camerahead over there? What do you mean by odd? You think she could be a fake?
No, she's a real foundation member. I checked her information as well when I inquired about Miss Noire's file. Her name is Latham, an awakened arcanist, currently working in the Arcanum Containment Department. I wasn't given any access to her details, but based on our encounter, we should have no problem with her.
Good. Fine. I'm happy enough leaving the Awakened to their quirkiness.
That's a nice way to put it. She isn't their top priority. Liang knows that. She pushes aside that odd feeling for now, following Poitier through the crowd and onto the set.
Mean she hasn't eaten yet? Director Noire's doctor was explicit that she's not allowed to skip any meals. Oh, hello, officers. How can I help you?
The well-dressed woman walks over to them.
We received a call from a Lin Wang. Did you make a report about some unknown person making physical threats and stalking Miss Noire?
Yes, that's right. I'm Lin. But...
Upon hearing their purpose, Lin hesitates, glancing uncertainly over at one end.
We did it!
At one end of the set.
You're here!
Cut!
At this single command, the actors freeze in place.
No. I'm afraid we'll have to roll that again.
I'm sorry, Director.
The young actor's body stiffens instantly. Based on where he's standing, it's clear that he is only a background character in this scene. But Noire, seated on her throne, like wheelchair, the overseer of everything, didn't miss his mistake, no matter how minor it was.
Not at all. I just want more emotion this time. She's your true love, but you have been apart for a long time. Things are different now. She is. You are. Your reunion must be more complex. It isn't simply happiness you feel. You must mix that emotion with worry and guilt. She doesn't know anything about what happened to you. You can't help but worry that she will never be able to understand you. You wonder if she has got herself into any troubles. I know this is a short scene, but the audience must see a full range of emotions.
You are capable of more, so be more. I know you attended drama school, so let's see that training shine. I know you can do it.
Yes, Director! I will try my best!
Simply being noticed by the famous director is enough to leave him visibly flustered. He immediately straightens up, shedding his nervous stance from moments before.
Good. Let's roll it again.
Excuse me, Director Noire.
Seizing this moment before the next take, the assistant swoops in and whispers something to Noire. Noire glances toward the two officers, her face betraying no emotion. It's impossible to tell what she's thinking.
For someone that famous, you think I'd have known she uses a wheelchair. How you feeling? Finally getting a chance to meet your favorite director. Thrilled?
Poitier nudges Liang with her elbow, tilting forward a little as she teases her, but when she sees Liang's face, she pauses.
What's with the long face, kid? Where'd all your excitement go? Oh, is it about the message you got?
Yes. It's just something that's bothering me.
Before Liang can explain, the subject of their discussion rolls toward them in her wheelchair.
Thanks for coming, officers. But I believe I've already explained that this was all just a misunderstanding. As you can see, I'm in perfect health. Well, ignoring these two.
She pats her legs with a cheerful laugh. It seems the director has no qualms about her physical condition, though it's hardly the kind of joke anyone else can comfortably laugh along to.
But according to your assistant, there's been someone stalking you for months, and they've recently sent you a threatening letter. So what? That all just misunderstandings too?
I'm terribly sorry for inconveniencing you, officers. Lin is a very dedicated assistant, always looking out for me. She may have just overreacted to my situation.
Well, that doll on her shoulder creeps me out.
But I've been in the limelight for long enough that I've seen my share of crazy fans. I'm used to it.
Sure, I get that. But about that letter you received, do you still have it?
Noire lets out a wry chuckle and shakes her head.
I'm afraid I don't have it anymore. I received so many letters. Most of them friendly, some of them not so much friendly. I've made a name in this industry, and a few enemies too. If I paid any attention to the negativity, it only dragged me down. I tend not to keep the bad ones around. While I'm sure you would do a fine job keeping me safe, officers, I can't let myself worry over it. Besides, what are they going to do? Break my kneecaps? Frankly, the only thing I am worried about is that your presence is another distraction for my crew.
She casts a grateful and perhaps apologetic look around the set.
So, it's very much appreciated that you went out of your way to check in on me. But I have a movie to make. I can't disappoint my fans.
She's very polite and nice about it.
Now, if you'll excuse me, we're burning daylight and I still have 4 more scenes to film. These Hollywood producers may have opened doors for me, but they also give me so many problems lately.
She smiles at the officers as if to signal the conversation's end.
Is this really just because of a movie?
Noire has already begun to turn her wheelchair away, but Liang stops her in her tracks.
Pardon me?
You seem to be refusing our assistance because you've decided this threat is only a harmless prank. You've decided that it's worth the risk to focus on your film. I don't mean to judge your decision. It may be understandable in some cases.
She moves closer, lowering her voice as she leans in to deliver the next sentence in a hushed voice.
But if this threat is not just a prank, if it is serious,
sensing disapproval.
Noire narrows her eyes a little and raises a hand to halt her approaching assistant. This is a good sign. Liang has earned the chance to talk for at least a little longer. She pushes aside her conflicting emotions and carries a voice that only the two of them can hear.
There has been an increase in patients coming from Chinatown showing signs of mental instability. Their symptoms include confusion, amnesia, drowsiness, and volatile anger. None of the patients seem to have anything in common. No prior history, all without a clear cause. Does that sound familiar?
Sorry. Is this leading somewhere?
After a moment of thought, Noire shakes her head, her calm face carrying a perfectly measured hint of confusion.
A case. 8 years ago. He Rizhun, the scriptwriter for your first big hit, Detective CO7. She burned to death in her own house. However, the cleaners found a film reel in the debris, surprisingly intact after the fire.
Liang has been watching Noire's every expression. She doesn't miss the fleeting shift in her eyes at the mention of the film reel.
Strange, isn't it? Every other item was burnt to ash, yet this one 8mm reel was as good as new. The cleaners felt the same way, so, being curious, they played the reel. 3 of the 5 who watched it ended up in an asylum. 1 jumped from a building, and the last, according to the reports, became like an empty shell of the person.
And what's happening here reminds you of that?
There are some commonalities between the cases. I can't ignore the possibility that they are related. 2 in particular stand out to me. The similar symptoms of those affected, and you. Hard to shake the thought that these are not coincidences.
Whispers spark among the crew as they eye this secret conversation.
What are the police still here for? Are we gonna get back to filming? Who knows? But it doesn't seem good. We are losing light here. Can these guys wrap it up already?
These murmurs, of course, don't escape Noire's and Liang's notice. When she speaks again, Noire's tone is far more direct.
Is that an accusation?
No, not at all. I'm just hoping you might be able to shed some light on our case. After our initial investigation, we officially recorded it as an ominous Arcanum incident and determined that the cause with the 8mm film reel, which contained a film titled Reunion of the 3 Swallows. To this day, however, the exact nature of the Arcanum hasn't been conclusively determined. We still aren't sure why it has this strange effect on people's minds, nor why the damage appears to be irreversible. Perhaps more importantly, we still don't know the origin behind the Arcanum on the reel. There are many possible causes that might create such an effect. One of the most common thought is from absorbing powerful emotions from an Arcanist. The darkest emotions possess the strongest power. Anger, hatred. Emotions so strong that they can outlast their bearer's death, like a curse from beyond the grave, carrying out their last will as an obsession. And in such cases, these objects are sure to lead to disaster. I believe that this film is, undoubtedly, one such cursed item. If it is the case that this film was involved in these new incidents, then we must find out what obsession it's carrying out and find a countermeasure.
I assume you're already on the case.
Indeed, I am, Miss Noah. I've been studying the report on the original case, including some of the theories of the original investigator. One of the theories suggests that, despite your collaboration on the CO7 series, there were many points of conflict between you and Miss He. In fact, the reports mention you had a violent quarrel with her on the day of the fire. There was even a question about whether you might have been responsible for her death. So, as you can see, I have more than a strong reason to believe you are connected. And if this cursed reel is behind these recent incidents, I'm afraid that you may be the intended target of this curse.
Interesting. I thought she was gonna accuse her again.
Hot damn, rookie. Who could have guessed the famous director would be a part of her own real-life thriller? After talking to her, we still got nothing useful to go on. I can't read anything behind that smiling face of hers. But if your little theory has got any truth to it, then Noire is in real danger. So why not talk? Isn't she worried about her own life?
Poitier channels her frustration into her food, devouring most of the meal in a blink of an eye. As she swallows the last shrimp dumpling, she turns to look at Liang, who is busy chatting with the restaurant owner. You mean the grocer's daughter has also? Yes, so many things happening around the neighborhood. Crazy. But the Lus are lucky. They took their daughter to a good local doctor and she got better. But the other family down the road aren't so lucky. Their grandma was already so weak from arthritis and now she's gone crazy. She's probably gonna drive them crazy too. You know what? Another girl, she asked around about this too, Sai. If I had to guess, it's because of those evil spirits. Things are never easy before the Jushuao festival. They're all girls. Another girl. Do you know who she is? She said she's an exorcist from the neoscience something exorcism office and is new here in Chinatown. She gave me a fancy business card, but I don't know where it is now. I see. Thank you very much. As Liang returns to her seat, Poitier shoots her a questioning look.
So, any progress?
I have some bad news. First, there are more victims than we expected. Second, we're not the only ones who've noticed. We need to hurry if we don't want this case to attract wider attention.
Why don't we start with the director then? She seems like our best lead.
Having cleared the dishes closest to her, Poitier pulls the char siu buns from the other side of the table.
I've got a hunch her case is connected with this one. Just like you said, there are too many coincidences to not dig deeper. That writer, what was it? Huh, Ridgewine? She's an arcanist, right? No surprise that she'd imbue that film with all of her final bits of hatred. I've seen a dozen cases like it. Cursed objects are weird as heck. It's definitely possible that it could have chased Noire all the way here.
But there isn't any evidence that corroborates the rivalry between Miss Noire and Miss He.
Hold on. Didn't you read that in a report by another visual? Maybe it's only hearsay, but that's something. Not only that, get this. I did some digging of my own. The night that cleaner leaped off that roof was the exact same night that Noire was in the car accident that left her legs paralyzed.
Was Noire supposed to be killed?
According to the reports, they happened within minutes of each other. And the building was less than a block away from the scene of the accident. How's that for evidence? We've got a saying in the DAA, Cadet. When it comes to Arcanum, there's no such thing as coincidences.
Yeah, I would say that for DAA. With this declaration, Poitier pops the last charcuterie bun into her mouth.
Whether coincidence or not, it isn't much to go on. We need evidence.
Of course. We can't just leap to accusations without proof. But when it comes to arcane crime, you've got to follow your hunches. So keep your nose to the ground.
Poitier notices the dejection on Lang's face and sheepishly sits down
This isn't just about evidence.
her chopsticks.
You don't want to point the finger at someone you admire. But you've got to pursue this. Even if that means you have to separate the artist from their work.
Liang remains silent for a moment, picks up the chilled lemon soda from the table and takes a sip.
Actually, there is another reason that I'm not entirely convinced that Miss Noire, the film incident, and the events in Chinatown are connected. In fact, it's quite a substantial reason. If our records are correct, the cursed reel was found and contained by the Foundation 6 months after the initial incident. Which means, unless something has gone horribly wrong, it should still be safely stored within the Arcanum Containment Department.
A sharp crash interrupts her words. The two turn towards the zone.
Oops, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
A bespectacled. Oh my gosh, why can't I pronounce that? A bespectacled girl fumbles with the napkin as she hurriedly tries to clean up the shattered dish she just knocked over. But her sneaking glances toward the two officers doesn't escape their attention, and the tiny emblem on her chest tells them exactly where she's from.
Well.
They exchange a puzzled look.
If I remember it right, you mentioned earlier that you saw someone from the Foundation acting suspicious yesterday.
Yes. Like the lady over there. She also works for the ACD.
Guess we'll have a talk with her.
I agree, Miss Poitier.
They rise from the table and approach the girl.
I'll do my best.
Where we have to defeat her? I'm gonna beat it out of her.
We see it together. Oh, be careful. To read. Stay away from the pages. Or loading. Time to turn the page. Wait. What's that?
Under Liang and Poitier's relentless questioning, the suspicious Foundation member ultimately surrenders.
All right, I'll tell. But only to you, since you're a Vigil, but she isn't, right? Sorry, I should really only disclose this info to other Foundation members.
She shoots a cautious glance at Poitier. Poitier says nothing, simply raising her chin at Liang in approval. Liang follows the girl out into the empty alley. After verifying Liang's identity with her communication device, the girl gives a final glance up and down the alley before talking.
there's no one I would trust more than a vigil, Miss Liang. I'm here on a mission for the Foundation, and you might be able to help me with it.
September 1990. A female arcanist committed a serious assault and caused a number of casualties. She had appeared at an illegal gathering held by the Order of Enlightenment, a subordinate organization of Manes Vindictae. The Timekeeper encountered her and confirmed her identity. Anjo Nala, a Beyond Arcanist. Born sometime in the 19th century, she was sealed inside a wind-up toy in the year 1968. Since then, she has become a lethal weapon that must obey whoever possesses her toy. But back in 1985, I mean, the real 1985, that toy had been safely stored in an Arcanum containment department as a dangerous item.
Until it was stolen.
You were involved in that particular inventory check. There are 4 additional items that are now lost aside from number 066. The circumstances of the last storm and that devastating spell threw our whole organization into chaos. However, there's no excuse for failing to uphold our department's most crucial mission. Fortunately, it appears that our break-in was committed by a single culprit.
I heard what you and your partner just said. It's about all the weird things that happen in Chinatown, right? It was my mission to catch Latham and retrieve all the arcane objects she'd stolen before they caused more damage.
Latham.
But I guess it's already too late for that.
The meaning behind these words is crystal clear. There is no room for Liang to feign ignorance.
Then you're saying that...
Yes, the cursed reel from the incident you mentioned was among the stolen items. And you said that you have some clue about its current whereabouts?
The cursed film reel, Reunion of the Three Swallows, is in Chinatown. The weight of this revelation sinks heavily in Liang's chest.
I was told to operate under strict secrecy. But at this point, the faster they're retrieved, the better. So, shall we work together?
Scott takes a notebook from her pocket and pulls out a photo tucked inside.
Our main suspect is Latham, an awakened arcanist.
Liang can't help but look surprised when she recognizes the other girl in the photograph. But Scott seems to misinterpret her reaction.
It's hard for me to believe she'd do this. We were colleagues and close friends. I used to call her Loggerhead because she's the most forgetful person I know. At first, I refused to believe she could do such a thing. I still don't understand why. She's not the kind to be greedy. But the Vigils investigated the theft thoroughly, and the Vigils are not the kind to make mistakes. You've been here a few days already, right? Have you had any word about where she might be?
Scott's brow furrows, her expression torn between hope and fear. It's as if she wants confirmation while equally dreading to hear the truth.
Sorry, I haven't.
She shakes her head. Scott's expression visibly relaxes.
Oh, what a pity.
Why'd she lie about it? Graduated from USC School of Cinematic Arts in 1972. Doesn't that mean she like graduated around the same time that like George Lucas did, I think? Model. These are the same years as the Star Wars films, I think. 79. Oh no, it was 77. I think it was 77, 80, and 83.
Have a good day.
Before the owner can even say goodbye, Liang has yanked Poitier out the front door.
What's the rush? I haven't even finished my noodles.
We can eat later, but we need to find Miss Latham now.
Wait. Hold on. I'm all for chasing down a crook. But why do I get the feeling you didn't tell your Foundation friend about your run-in with Latham? What's up? Why are you keeping her in the dark?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Tell me.
I think that something isn't right about her. I've been to the A City before. To most, it might seem defenseless, but it's actually heavily protected by arcane rituals. According to Miss Scott, Latham acted alone. But there's nothing in her file that would suggest she's capable of that. Her arcane skill level is frankly far from remarkable. Even with insider knowledge, I don't believe it's possible she could have bypassed the security system and escaped on her own. Either Miss Latham has played the Foundation for fools, or she has more powerful accomplices. That leads me to another thing. This mission is not something a typical Foundation staff member would be assigned to, as Miss Scott claimed to be. There's something we don't know.
You're saying that girl with glasses lied to you?
Ooh.
Maybe. Or that she was being lied to herself.
Liang pulls her SPF-1 contact device from beneath her cloak. After a few simple taps, she turns it around for Poitier to see.
There was another thing I found while searching through Miss Latham's files. Or rather, what I didn't find. There were no warnings or notices on her employee records.
You mean she's not actually wanted?
No, I don't think so. Miss Scott said that their department wanted to solve this problem in secret. So I thought that might explain the reason Miss Latham's warrant wasn't on her file. However, when I tried to access more of their records to double-check my findings, I ran into a block on Miss Scott's records.
Access denied. You do not have permission to view this information. If you need access, please contact your supervisor.
A warning symbol flashes on the screen.
It could just be because I'm only a cadet. There are some files that I don't have access to yet. I contacted my supervisor, but I haven't heard anything back. I don't mean to distrust her, but I can't hold anyone above suspicion.
Poitier shifts her gaze from the device's screen back to Liang.
And what about me? You're putting a lot of trust in me, Liang. Is it really all right that you're telling me all this? A dangerous item stolen from the Foundation, and possibly an inside job at that. That's a scandal in the making. You could have just lied to me, make up some kind of story. It's not hard for a smart kid like you.
Liang gives Poitier a puzzled look.
Why would I? We're partners, Miss Poitier. Hiding information from you wouldn't be right. You told me that yourself, didn't you?
I love how simple she is.
Yes. The first day we were on duty together, you said you need to know what makes me tick.
I did, didn't I?
Poitier seems a little dazed. Liang looks at her, sincerity behind her eyes.
I've reconsidered it, and you're right. During my training as a vigil, our instructor emphasized many times that trusting our partner was of vital importance. And you, Miss Poitier, have proven to be capable, decisive, and compassionate. I have developed a deep respect for your work. We share the same goal, to discover the truth behind the incidents happening in Chinatown. I can't think of any reason why I shouldn't cooperate with you.
Oh, that's nice.
All right. Enough. I'm blushing already.
Poitier cuts Liang off, almost flustered.
Damn, girl. I didn't expect my meek little mouse to turn into this.
This what?
Forget it. You've made your point. Now stop it.
Poitier waves a hand, signaling the conversation's end.
But you kind of missed my point. I'm worrying that the Foundation is gonna punish you for leaking classified information. Won't you get in trouble?
Though I may be a vigil of the Foundation, before that, I am the descendant of the Liang family. I'm obliged to do all that is necessary to fulfill my destiny. And given the circumstances, I think providing all relevant information that might assist us in catching the thief and retrieving the threatening arcane objects is worth bending the rules. Just a little.
Just a little. Despite her conviction, Liang can't help but hesitate a little.
Besides, I'm not under any orders to keep this a secret, so...
Cheeky. And you say you don't like bending the rules. I see you, boo.
I love how she calls
And
her
I
boo.
like it. Come on, let's work this out together, partner.
Isn't that chameleon communicator advice like hearing in and on everything?
Which one is my room again? Oh, right. I wrote it down. Let me see. There it is. I almost went too far again. Now the key card. Where did I put it? Oh, here. Home sweet home. Oh, I'm exhausted.
The camera-headed girl freezes in place. Two officers are standing in her sweet home.
Them right. It's been a while.
We have some questions for you. Please try to cooperate.
Liang steps forward and closes the door on her behalf. Caught.
I'll do my best.
No need for that. I am the police.
This sword. Oh look, here's another one. We see it together. I can't. Oh, be careful. Found it. Oh, so that's what happened. This one should do.
He's loading.
Wait. Was I helpful, timekeeper?
When an unsuspecting prey steps into a carefully laid trap, the outcome is already decided.
All right, fine. I'll tell you everything. It was me, okay? They said I stole those arcane objects and sold them for money. Well, maybe I did. Ouch!
As she speaks, she backs closer and closer to the wall behind her until she smacks her own oversized head into the window ledge. Ouch. A particular word in her statement makes Liang tilt her head.
What do you mean, maybe?
Because, actually, I can't remember it. I can't find my memory film for that time, so really, I just don't know.
She was used.
Memory film.
This so-called loggerhead girl, an awakened, isn't exactly a tough one. Within 30 minutes, she has spilled everything. Yet, despite the seemingly ideal result, neither of the officers looks pleased.
So, to summarize what you just said, Latham, you're an awakened piece of a movie projector, which forms a Latham loop. You were designed to play movies, not record them, and that's why you suffer from severe amnesia. You can only recall things that happened within the last 3 days, and after that, you'll forget almost everything. Do I got that right?
I guess so.
You guess so?
Poitier's sudden questioning startles the girl. She shrinks further into the corner, wedging herself between the window and a nearby chair.
I can see why that friend of yours calls you Loggerhead. You deserve the name. What is going on here?
It's understandable. Awakened arcanists often suffer side effects related to their origins and materials, but still, this is quite unusual, to say the least. So, she has no memory of what happened 3 days ago, or even any of the cases she was involved in. So then, she's basically useless to our investigation. I can only imagine what a disaster it would be if you showed up in a Detective CO7 movie.
Hey, that's rude. How come I'm a disaster?
The girl, mustering what little courage she has left, waves her metal fists in defiance. But her feeble resistance has no effect on the officers. After sighing in unison, they exchange a glance.
What do you think?
I've made a request for Miss Latham's detailed records, but I don't think she's lying. Back at the hospital, the best lie she could come up with was a hamster riding a stethoscope. I kind of doubt she's a master manipulator.
I think someone stole her memory reel and had her do this.
Let me sort things out. Miss Loggerhead, you said you could record and save your memories using a special type of film developed by Laplace. Which means that even if you don't recall taking anything from the Arcanum Containment Department, your film should show whether you did or not. But the fact is, the films are gone. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I usually carry my most important memories with me and leave the others in my room. The Foundation staff checked the visitor log after the stuff was stolen. Turns out, I was the only one who visited the office that day. So they sent people to my room and checked all my film. But they didn't find anything. Then they said they already had other evidence. So...
Loggerhead's voice trails off, and someone else completes her words.
So they just declared Loggerhead guilty. But that doesn't make any sense to me. Something must be wrong.
The Foundation employee who claimed to be hunting Loggerhead received a call from Liang just 10 minutes ago. But the moment she stepped into the clue-filled hotel room and laid eyes on Loggerhead, she blurted out, "You're still here?" And just like that, the final piece of Loggerhead's testimony was confirmed. The two girls sitting on the bed lower their heads in silent understanding.
So, when you found Miss Latham, you bought her a train ticket instead of putting her under arrest.
I know I've gone against orders, but I'm sure Loggerhead didn't do this. She's my friend. I can't just arrest her and have the Foundation lock her up. I'm sorry for keeping all of this from you, but you're a vigil. I had to be careful. So, if it's not crossing a line, Miss Liang, Miss Potier, can I ask you to keep this between us? You can report it after we find out who's really done this.
Could you, please?
Scott's eyes gleam pleadingly, and Loggerhead's lens gleams as she stares at the officers in expectation. The pitiful expressions on both their faces would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Liang almost feels as though she's tormenting some kind of harmless creature. But this unofficial interrogation isn't over yet.
We'll talk about that once we figure out what the hell's going on. Back to the case. You said she gave you a train ticket. What are you still doing here?
Loggerhead lets out an awkward laugh.
Actually, while I was on my way to the train station, a car on the other side of the street lost control and hit my cab. Thankfully, it crashed into the passenger seat where I was sitting. My metal's much stronger than human flesh.
Liang searches her memory for a moment.
That's right. There was a car accident yesterday morning. The driver suffered some kind of unknown mental abnormality while he was on the road. Maybe he's fallen victim too. What happened next?
I was sent to the hospital, and you showed up. I thought you were gonna arrest me, so I ran as fast as I could. I threw away my cell phone and contact device as soon as I left the Foundation. Scott said they could use them to track me down. I couldn't get a hold of anyone and didn't know what to do. And even though I don't know for sure, I really don't think I'm guilty. It's super weird to be on the run when you feel like you're innocent. So, I went back to Chinatown to ask Director Noire for help. She was the only one I could contact directly.
A crucial name.
Noah. Could you tell me how you got to know her?
Of course. Let me see. Walk of Fame. Walk of Fame. Okay. Now I just need to turn left. Wait, which way is left again? It changes every time I turn, right? Gosh, how the heck do people read maps?
I feel bad for her.
All right. It seems you could use some help.
Noire stopped to help me. She was really interested in my head, so we had a little chat, and I found out she was a director. She offered to take me to the Walk of Fame. We talked a lot about movies on our way there. Then I told her I was traveling alone, so she invited me to join her movie shoot in Chinatown. How could I say no? I mean, she's a famous director. There's no way I'd miss a chance like that.
Interesting. That was the same day that odd things started happening in Chinatown.
The head that was bobbing excitedly comes to a hesitant stop.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Did anything strange happen that day?
Loggerhead's lens flickers. It seems something has surfaced in her mind.
Let me see. I did find a strange film reel when I was unpacking that night.
A strange film reel.
Wait, could that be...
All three of the others immediately perk up at the mention of those words. But perhaps due to the limited field of vision of her camera lens, Loggerhead remains oblivious to their gazes. Instead, she pulls her backpack toward her, muttering to herself as she leisurely rummages through it.
Yeah, a strange film reel. I've gotten into the habit of labeling my films like check every day or check from time to time, so that I know what to watch to keep important things in my mind. I
was gonna do a review that night, but when I looked through my film, there was a roll without a label on it. It couldn't have been mine because it was made of a different material. I was so curious about it, you know? So I played it.
What did you see?
It was a movie, I guess, but it was pretty short. More like a demo or a trailer or something. But it was so weird. Like a jumble of pictures and sounds. It didn't make any sense to me. I don't know, maybe it was a prank or something?
She halts her search and looks up blankly.
What's wrong?
It's not there.
The film, it's gone.
Yeah.
What?
Loggerhead shrinks nervously once again.
I can't find it. It was right here in my bag.
Give it to me.
In one swift motion, Poitier snatches Loggerhead's backpack and upends its contents onto the bed.
Damn, first time I've seen a bag messier than my sister's. Do you ever organize your stuff?
Like a whirlwind, Poitier tears through Loggerhead's things, ignoring her shrieks of, "I just forgot to throw that away, and I still need that," as she ransacks not only the backpack, but the entire room. Finally, she has no choice but to accept a rather disheartening conclusion.
Nope, nothing. You didn't take it out and lose it somewhere, did you? Mistake it for a tip for your pizza guy or something.
I forget things, but I'm not an idiot. I didn't lose it. Check my film if you want to prove it. It just disappeared into thin air.
But your film only records what you saw. Someone might have taken it when you weren't looking. Does anyone else know about this film reel? Did you have any visitors or notice anything suspicious after you played it?
Suspicious? I don't think so. At least I didn't see anything. The only person who visited me afterwards was Scott. She came to tell me I was wanted by the Foundation. Oh, but actually, I wasn't alone when I played it. Noire was with me. She said she was interested in my memories, so she came and...
The others stare at Loggerhead as if she's grown a second head. She nervously swallows the rest of her sentence.
What's wrong?
So, it was Noire who took the film?
What are you?
A solid punch sends the man flying. At least that's what was supposed to happen.
Sorry, Director. I'll try again.
Don't bother. Clearly, your martial arts skills are severely lacking. I don't want you to hit your head when you fall to the ground. Go. Take a break.
The disheveled actor still wants to argue his case, but everyone knows that once this director makes the decision, she won't change her mind easily. In the end, he simply sighs and steps aside.
That was the last one, Director. There are far fewer stunt performers with martial arts experience here than in Hong Kong. Master Lau and his men will arrive in a few days. Perhaps we could shoot the scene then?
Nicholas is on a tight schedule. I doubt he'll change it. Let me see what I can do.
A single sentence is far from enough to capture the many difficulties the famous Hong Kong director has faced since working overseas. Leaning back in her wheelchair, she discreetly scans the set, searching for the missing piece of the puzzle.
Her again?
Lin follows Noire's gaze.
Oh, that young officer?
What do you want? Listen, I don't know what you are trying to do, but can't you just leave us alone? Sorry, ma'am. This is a closed set. If you don't have a warrant, please leave.
Warrant?
Guys, relax. Liang isn't as mean as she seems.
Clearly, the arrival of a certain Vigil cadet is unwelcome, so much so that even Loggerhead is being eyed with suspicion. But Liang ignores them. She locked onto her target the moment she scanned the set and is already striding straight toward her. She stops a few paces in front of the person in question.
I must say, I didn't expect to see you so soon, officer. Is there something else you wanted to ask me? I think I made myself perfectly clear this morning. I know nothing about your case.
No, madam. I'm here to help.
Help with what?
Miss Latham mentioned that you are looking for a qualified stunt performer for your movie. I'd like to help with that, if you don't mind, as an apology.
Interesting. Noire blinks.
You surprised me again.
What's she up to? Hey, Kalefe.
You mean to say that you're a stunt woman? Seriously?
Noire chuckles and shakes her head before turning her wheelchair in disinterest.
Thank you, officer. Well, judging by your uniform, you're from the Vigil's Bureau, aren't you? I appreciate the gesture. It's true that we may be able to attract more viewers if we have a Vigil on the cast list. But filmmaking isn't as easy as you think. Maybe I can fit you in next time.
Rejection, but refusal is not an option in this operation.
I'm familiar with movies, especially yours. I'm actually a big fan. And I saw the performance just now. Not to be rude or anything, but I think I can handle the stunt. For the betterment of the movie. That's what Miss Latham said you were after. Is that right?
Her words stir up a storm.
What? Does she even know what she's talking about?
That's some pretty big talk.
Even Noire can't help but let out an amused chuckle at Liang's words. Even so, her wheelchair comes to a stop.
That's true. But are you certain that you'll make my movie better?
Yes.
No hesitation. To be honest, no. Liang knows that the filmmaking is far more complex than it appears. Her answer is far from the truth. But if she's going to uncover the truth, she has to act the part.
Interesting. Since you insist, let's give it a try. Show me what a Vigil can do.
It isn't a particularly clever trick, but fortunately Latham's words weren't false. Noire would never turn down an opportunity to improve her films.
I'll do my best.
This listen up. The first scene, you're a martial arts apprentice in Chinatown, cornered in an alley by a group of thugs. You're an outsider here, trying to avoid trouble, so all you can do is curl up and take the beating. Are you ready, Vigil? Yes. Action. Eat this. Don't you know what hand over the money means? You want to suffer? Go break her legs. Hey, you got it, boss. Ooh.
This one or this one? We stand together. Transcribe.
Hey, stick to the script, Vigil. I'm only giving you one warning. Cut. Good grief. Second scene. You've had enough. You're humiliated and furious, ready to fight back. Get it together. No more looking weak. Show me your anger. Now, you get up from the ground, not to prove yourself, but to tell them that whatever you've lost, you're taking it back. Action. Boss, she's standing up again. What are you afraid of? She's just a crippled runt.
Loaded. Charging. Aim and shoot.
She's gonna kill someone. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Cut.
And now to return to my long-term mission.
Excellent. Bravo. Exactly as you claimed. No, even better. Really spectacular work. A perfect take.
I'm flattered, Director.
Noire's eyes glisten as she watches the playback of the shot. Meanwhile, after nearly 20 failed takes, Liang returns to the dressing room, her costume drenched in sweat. When she emerges back in her Vigil's uniform, a bottle of water is handed to her.
Here, it's not open.
Thank you.
Didn't expect you to pull it off. That was a dangerous stunt. Scared the crap out of me. All right. So you did a good job one time. But let me tell you, it takes a lot more than that to win recognition in this industry.
You've really gotta hone in on the dramatic scenes if you want to move out of the stunt woman box. You're good looking, and you took that scene pretty seriously. You interested in doing that? If you are, then I'll suggest you be a little more humble. There's always room for improvement, you know?
You're right. I'm sorry. But I'm not even stunt woman, let alone an actress. This is all just a bit of fun for me.
Is that so? Oh, what a shame.
The queen of the set rolls over in her chariot, stopping beside Liang.
I appreciate your sincerity, but I'd be even more appreciative if you were willing to do a few more scenes.
If it's just for a short time, I'd like to help in any way I can.
Fantastic! Follow me. We can have dinner and look at the script together. I have a few changes I want to make to the story. Trust me, the audience will be more than happy to hear a line or two from you.
Lines? Okay.
Things seem to be taking an unexpected turn.
That's all. Well, have you memorized them?
Yes, every word. But aren't there too many?
The blank spaces in the script spread out on the table are filled with Noire's flamboyant pen strokes.
She's got a point, Director. The investors might not approve them. They already told us not to change the script like we did in Hong Kong.
Relax, we've done this before. They never read the script anyway. Besides, I'm not exactly asking for a monologue here. It's only 3 lines, just what's needed to make the character complete.
Ling gives a helpless sigh. She knows all too well how pointless it is to try and change Noire's mind.
I'll keep practicing until filming starts.
I look forward to your performance.
By the way, I saw some deity dolls and sedan chairs on the set. The Dushu Festival is coming up, right? Is the crew joining the Shoho parade?
Those are our props. Our final scene is set at the Shoho parade. I already spoke with the organizers in Chinatown. They've allowed us to shoot during it.
Damn. Better get it right.
The last CO7 movie ended with the Shoho parade too.
Noire's eyes light up. She smiles.
Good memory. Looks like you meant it when you said you were a big fan.
The restaurant owner serves their meal, pausing their script discussion for the time being. Noire and her assistant pick up their chopsticks, but Loggerhead remains still. Oh, Loggerhead's there? Okay.
So, did you find anything? You said that your beastie friend could detect things tainted with evil, right? So, did it sense anything wrong with the director?
While Loggerhead speaks in a hushed tone, the conspicuousness of her head makes talking in secret a near impossible task. Feeling Noire and Lin's subtle glances, Liang squirms in her seat.
No, but that doesn't mean...
Yes! I told you she'd never do that! Hey! She can hear you, you know?
The situation is already beyond repair.
I'd never do what?
For a brief moment, Liang feels a splintering headache. She shoots a mildly accusatory glance at Loggerhead, causing her to visibly shrink.
Sorry, I don't like skirting around things. Can't we just ask her straight up?
Not really. If every criminal just confessed to their crimes, the vigils wouldn't exist.
That's true. No clumsy cover-up will fool the director now. There is nothing for it but to be upfront. Perhaps this is for the best anyway.
Actually, I didn't just come here to apologize. There's something I want to ask you about.
What is it?
A perfectly measured balance of curiosity and confusion, yet no real surprise. A renowned director having a knack for acting isn't exactly shocking. In fact, it's about as surprising as an amateur failing miserably to do the same thing.
It's about the strange things happening in Chinatown these days.
Wait, so all this was just to butter us up so you could investigate your case?
The assistant, who was all smiles moments ago, suddenly falls silent despite her careful preparation. The situation is difficult for Liang.
Sorry, madam, but it's my job. As I said, strange things have been happening in Chinatown. Things that bear a striking resemblance to the film incident that you were involved in 8 years ago, Miss Noah. The case document stated that the origin of these events is a film reel titled Reunion of the Three Swallows, a movie created by your friend He Rijun. Miss Latham said you watched a film with her in her room a few days ago. Do you have any idea where that film reel is now?
That film reel.
Did you not know what it was?
I had no idea.
Noire's expression darkens. Clearly, she realized why Liang has brought up that film reel.
That film we watched together. Well, to put it mildly, it had nothing of interest. It didn't seem to have any semblance of a story, even. It couldn't have been one of Teresa's.
Liang recalls that the archive of the Reunion of the Three Swallows cited Teresa as the English name of its creator, He Rijun. Noire and He had been friends since their days studying abroad, and it seemed Noire still uses that name even now. Rumors, investigation reports, and speculation flicker through Liang's mind, but seeing the somber look on the woman before her, she decides to set them aside for now.
Maybe the original content has been contaminated. According to the Foundation's records, The film reel has two abilities: play and record. The play ability allows it to conjure its contents into reality in a form similar to a movie image, which accounts for the hallucinations and phantoms the victims mentioned. The record ability captures the souls of those in the same effective range as play, and the victims lose a part of themselves, like their sanity or their memories. The case document doesn't mention anything about contamination, but my guess is that the souls recorded by the film have polluted the original content of the film.
Shame on them. Whoever's behind this.
Noire mutters a curse, and both she and Liang fall into silence. Meanwhile, Lin and Loggerhead look utterly lost.
Wait, what are you talking about? Can you explain it to me simply, please?
Miss Noah didn't know that that film was a reunion of the Three Swallows, so naturally, she didn't take it. I think she's telling the truth.
Really? That's great news!
No one responds. Loggerhead looks around and slowly lowers the arm she raised in premature celebration.
Oh, right. The film's still missing, so it's not great news. But at least Noire wasn't up to something when she made friends with me, right? That's definitely good news for me.
She turns to Noire.
That means we're still friends. And friends help each other. Liang said that the film reel could cause some problems for you. Let me help you find it. I'll catch that thief and take the film back to the ACD. Then you'll be safe, I'll clear my name, and the problems in Chinatown will be solved. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. Genius, right?
Isn't the film called The Three Swallows? Yeah.
You know, Miss Latham, this is what I like about you. You always speak your mind.
Her eyes squint a little as she curves her mouth into an unexpected gentle smile.
Our relationships are so complex, aren't they? That's what makes them so intriguing, captivating, really. A constant source of inspiration. But sometimes I feel that life is better kept simple. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Vigil?
Agreed.
There are certainly simpler ways to say I'm suspicious of you and I have no intention of cooperating.
May I ask you another question?
Wait.
Please.
The rumors about CO7, which ones are true?
I don't think a few old stories will help you solve the case.
It's not only for the case, but for my own curiosity. I wasn't lying when I said I was familiar with your works. I really like them. And this question matters a lot to me as a fan.
I see.
Noire ponders for a moment.
In that case, I really don't think you should know the truth for your own good.
Ooh.
I appreciate your love for my works, but it's not a good idea to dig too deep into what went on behind the scenes. Just enjoy the stories for what they are. Otherwise, the magic will be ruined.
Oh, that's kind of true. She gives a slight shake of her head, but a flicker of contemplation passes through her downcast eyes.
Well, I can tell you one thing that might interest you, though.
Don't cut away. What is it? Ooh. Oh, they're here. They're all hiding in the side here. Night has deepened, and the little restaurant on the corner outside of Chinatown is almost empty. The doorbell chimes, and two people walk in.
Scott and Saul Officer, over here.
Again, it's Poitier. Have you seriously already forgotten my name? It's only been 3 hours.
At Loggerhead's call, the two newcomers take a seat at her and Liang's table.
What's your status?
Couldn't find anything useful. Sorry. I already asked the investigators who came with me to track down the other missing items. You know, to cover up for Loggerhead, but so far they haven't found anything. As for the person who stole the item, I haven't a clue.
Well, at least there haven't been any reports of arcane explosions or earthquakes. No news is good news, right?
She's so positive.
What about you? Any leads?
Miss Noah didn't take the film, but she refused to tell us anything about its curse or the former owner, He Rijun.
She lets out a deliberately dejected sigh, withholding the final message Noire gave her.
Looks like I'm the only one who has good news.
You do? What about?
Poitier tilts her head, gesturing past Scott to the darkened street outside the window.
The illegal trade of arcane items. You told me to keep an eye on it. I contacted my guy who tracks all that stuff. Told me about this trader called Pug Dog, the middleman in the black market. He was pulled over for speeding this morning, but he actually paid the ticket right away. Can you believe that? I wouldn't be surprised if he shot the police car and ran away there.
An outlaw suddenly behaving himself. He must be up to something important. Something big enough to make him avoid getting into trouble over a speeding ticket.
The officers thought the same, so they tracked him to this stolen car, right? Well, guess where it's headed? Here. Chinatown.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. See what Pug Dog has for us. A man with a deep jagged scar across his brow saunters under the moonlight. At last he stops, slipping into a darkened alleyway. He has no idea that 4 silent pursuers are lurking nearby, hidden under a rookie vigil's silent shadow arcane skill.
What's he doing?
Dude, they shouldn't have brought her.
Waiting for someone's my guess.
A middleman for the arcane black market. So he probably has the cursed film. And now he's planning to sell it to someone. We should get him now, before the film's sold off. Come on, this is our chance.
Shouldn't have brought him. Liang clamps a hand over her mouth just in time, muffling her outburst. Good.
Shh. Someone's coming.
From the depths of the shadows, a figure emerges. Not walking towards Pug Dog, but riding something, perhaps a wheelchair.
Good evening, sir. I hope I didn't keep you too long.
You got the dough?
Got the dough.
Of course.
Noire pulls a rectangular object from her coat.
It's an envelope. Looks pretty thick.
Poitier is right. Pug Dog takes the envelope and pulls a handful of bills from it before nodding in satisfaction.
All here. Don't you worry, all right? You can trust me. Everyone in LA knows Pug Dog.
He stuffs the bulging envelope into his pocket before pulling an item from his jacket.
Here's your stuff.
The item cuts an arc through the darkness, landing precisely in Noire's waiting hands.
I like customers like you. Generous and to the point. All right, I'm out of here. Pleasure doing business with you. And hey, feel free to call me again.
He scans the area before turning back to Noire, lowering his voice.
Seeing as you're a good customer of mine, here's a bit of advice. Watch your back on the way out of here.
What do you mean?
But Noire doesn't get the chance to press further. The moment has come. Liang strides out from the shadows.
Sorry to interrupt, but neither one of you will be making your own way home. Miss Noah, Pug Dog. I'm afraid you'll be coming to the Arcane Affairs office with me.
Cop!
I'll do my best. Oh, look, or this conch should do. We stand together. I can't.
Hot.
Loading, charging.
Great. No mistakes. I remember it's called lending a hand.
Ow! Easy! Easy!
Shut up and stay down!
Pug Dog's attempt to fight back have been utterly useless.
Miss Noah, could you show me what he gave you?
Go ahead.
She hands a dusty gray box to Liang. Inside is an ordinary-looking film reel, but Liang can feel the vessel containing younglings growing warm against her skin.
Super 8mm. This must be it. Reunion of the Three Swallows. He Zhijun's final work. The culprit behind the strange happenings in Chinatown.
But Liang can feel the vessel containing a Shang Liang growing warm against her skin. Okay. Yet for now, it lies quietly in her grasp, docile and unthreatening.
Well, that was easier than expected. Half a day and we've already tracked it down. Now all we gotta do is stop it from doing its arcanum-y thing. But how? Smash it?
Before Liang can respond, Noire voices a polite opposition.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I have to admit, Miss Noah's right. Arcane items need to be handled with the utmost care. No one knows what will happen once it's broken. It could make things worse.
Fine. Let's take these two back to the office first. On your feet, tough guy. We gotta go.
Ugh. Damn it! How'd you find me? Some asshole sell me out?
Pug Dog is yanked up from the ground. He reluctantly follows Poitier, grumbling and cursing under his breath. But as he passes Liang, he stops.
Wait. You?
He stares. Not at her, precisely, but at the figure cowering behind her.
It was you! You fuck traitor! I should have known you were working with the cops!
Loggerhead tilts her head in confusion. Okay.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Wait, let me explain. This is just a misunderstanding.
Don't worry, Miss Scott. You're right. There has been a misunderstanding between you and him. Allow me to explain.
Scott heaves a sigh of relief, only for Liang's next word to hit her like a thunderclap.
You never had the intention of betraying him, nor were you working with us. You simply gave him the item you wanted to sell. That's it.
Oh. Damn. Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
What? What do you mean?
Loggerhead turns to her friend, then to Pugdog, then back to Liang. She remains totally expressionless.
The truth was always there, hidden beneath the lies and distractions. All you have to do is whittle them down, one by one. The probable cause of the events in Chinatown is the reunion of the Three Swallows film reel, and apparently, Miss Noah has a history with it.
And yet, the specifics on this history remain unclear. Liang glances at Noire, only to be met with her signature unreadable smile.
But Miss Noah doesn't have anything to do with the Foundation. There's no way she could sneak into the ACD and steal the film. The same goes for this gentleman or any other outsider. So, the thief who wants Miss Latham to take the fall must work for the Foundation.
Oh, that's awful.
In fact, since they stole the item without being noticed, they probably work for the ACD. And they must be close to Miss Latham to know enough about her amnesia to be able to take advantage of it.
But loads of people at the ACD know about my condition. You can't pin it on Scott just from that.
For the first time, the ever-cheerful Loggerhead takes on a harsh, indignant tone. She stamps her foot and turns to her friend.
That's way too harsh, right, Scott? Right? Scott? Say something, will you?
Scott only stares at the floor as she tries to calm her quivering breath. How long have you known?
How long have you known?
Scott has finally managed to force out a few words.
Since Miss Latham said you were good friends. With all due respect, your plan was far from perfect.
I knew it. You brought me along so this guy would call me out.
After a long sigh, Scott lifts her head, speaking with a resigned kind of ease.
You're right. I messed up. My plan was far from perfect because, well, I couldn't stick to the so-called plan since the very beginning. I didn't know the Foundation was already investigating the theft until after I'd hidden the items in Loggerhead's room. Then I had no choice but to use this idiot as the scapegoat. I never thought she'd accidentally bring the film to LA, or that I'd be ordered to investigate the case. I got in touch with this guy a long time ago, and the trade site happened to be in LA too. So, my plan was to get the film back and sell it right afterwards.
Wait, are you kidding me? She calls her friend this idiot? But then I had no choice but to use this idiot as the scape. Oh, no, maybe she's talking about the seller. Wait, no, but then she said I never thought she'd accidentally bring the film to LA. I think she is talking about Loggerhead. Damn, that's harsh.
But things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. I shouldn't have gotten greedy. Or been so nice to this dummy.
Oh. She shoots a piercing glare at Loggerhead before quickly looking away. Whether out of disdain or avoidance is unclear.
But...
Damn.
We're friends, aren't we?
Her voice is as fragile as brittle glass. Scott shatters it with a scoff.
Friends? Don't be ridiculous. I don't know how you can act like nothing's wrong when literally everyone is laughing at you. And the fact that they thought that I was one of your kind.
What a bitch.
What an insult. I only hung out with you because I had no choice. You're an idiot who forgets everything every 3 days. It's your own damn fault. Anyone looking for a scapegoat would immediately think of you.
Quit it. I don't want to hear any more of your BS.
Scott scoffs once more, refusing to look at her friend, in quotations, for even a second.
Hands up, Miss Scott. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Wait, you're still going to fight?
I'll do my best.
But how? She doesn't have the real anymore. How can she still summon these monsters? She's been deeply corrupted. The ghost plagues have latched onto her. She didn't summon them. They were always lurking within her. Get away. Stay back. This isn't over. I haven't made her acknowledge me. I still have a plan. I'm still... Her mind is starting to unravel already. Poitier, we have to take her down now.
This one or this one? To read.
We still haven't gotten to the case of, the needle girl.
Time to turn the page.
She's still gonna be a part of this somehow, I bet.
I remember it's called lending a hand.
At last, Scott gives up her resistance. Liang pushes her toward Portier's patrol car parked around the corner. As they're about to step out of the alley, Loggerhead calls out.
Wait, Scott! I have to know, why did you steal from the Foundation?
Does it matter?
Scott turns back, laughing coldly in disbelief.
Would you feel better if I had a reason? Oh, please. Your ignorant, stupid little brain makes me sick.
I wonder if that means that her worshipping Matilda was all in Act 2. Like, buttering her up because Matilda just, like, takes in any praise.
It was for the money, of course. And to prove to the others that I'm not a bloody fool like you. Imagine the shock on their faces when they discovered that I did what none of them could. Those so-called unbreakable arcane security skills were easy to deal with as long as I...
Her words trail off, and a puzzled expression crosses her face.
You what? How did you bypass the Foundation security?
I don't remember. That's weird. How could I forget? All I remember is that an office lady talked to me in the corridor.
An office lady? When? What did you talk about?
She showed me something. It was a bit dazzling, but very beautiful. It was...
It's Noire.
Oh, right! It was a...
A razor-sharp silver needle slices through the air, cutting her off in an instant. She raises a dazed hand, her fingertips touching the foreign object lodged in her throat, not understanding why her voice has suddenly vanished. By the time she's realized she can no longer breathe, her eyes roll back and she falls to the ground. Silence falls in the starlit alley, then another flash of silver whistles by.
What?
A sharp pain blooms in her palm. She looks down to see a sharp silver needle pierced in it. The film slips from her grasp. The reel rolls across the ground, clicking as it hurtles into the darkness until a gloved hand picks it up and brushes it off.
Still intact. You've got no idea how long I've been looking for this. You are...
Yeah.
Hey there, kid. We meet again.
The once famous star smiles at Liang with an easy, friendly charm.
No fucking way. Is she dead?
Not yet, but I doubt she can hold on much longer. I'll call an ambulance, and we're gonna need backup.
Loggerheads scream, pug dogs cry, Poitier's tense voice all ring in Liang's mind. Liang's rationality has already grasped the reality of the situation, but her emotions are refusing to let her shape the conclusion into clear words.
Why are you doing this?
When Loggerhead posed a similar question to Scott, Liang had questioned the inquiry. There is no need to ask why evil chooses to do evil. What's wrong is wrong. Evil must be eradicated. Ghost plagues must be purged. That was the doctrine drilled into Liang since childhood. But now she finds herself forced to ask the same thing.
Tell me. I need a reason.
It's my old friend that you should be asking.
Liang watches as Jixing's smile fades and her face turns steely.
Long time no see, Noire. Yeah, it's been a while. The last time we saw each other was in front of her grave, if memory serves. We really should keep in touch more often.
The air in the alley is as sharp as a needle. Nora continues to smile, but a wariness lurks behind her eyes.
But you've gone too far this time, my friend.
She glances at Scott's fallen body and gently shakes her head.
This isn't part of our story. This isn't a set, director. It's not your call.
She raises a hand and a flash of silver pierces through the darkness.
Careful!
She leaps forward, deflecting the needles, and stands firm in front of the wheelchair. Jixing shows no surprise. She narrows her eyes a little as if she foresaw this outcome.
That's the spirit. This should be fun with you here, little Vigil. Let's all play our roles, shall we?
Damn. Things got intense really quickly. Oh, Poitier is down too?
I'll do my best.
Good, very good. I've been waiting for this moment. Time has come for you to uphold your duty, Miss Vigil. I won't hold back, Miss Jixing.
Oh, look, this card should do. We see it together. I can't. Oh, be careful. Oh, look, or this one. Like a metaphor?
No, wait. Don't let your guard down, kid. She's not down yet. What? This power? It doesn't look like it's hers. Is Noire controlling her?
We did it! We made it through another storm!
That's kind of the hunch I've had this entire time.
The hell? I thought movie stars were just empty suits.
Another volley of silver needles streaks through the air, forcing Liang and Poitier back. Xixing stands at the center of the alley. Though seemingly trapped between Liang and Poitier, she skillfully uses their positioning to her advantage. Neither officer can risk injuring the other by firing their gun or using an arcane skill, leaving the battle at a deadlock.
We're not going to last much longer. I have to do something. Poitier, cover me! 强梁既出，王有不为。
With the ritual vessel of Zhang Liang in her hand, Liang recites the ancient incantation, each syllable clear and deliberate. Xixing looks momentarily stunned. This is the beginning of an incantation. Liang knows that more silver needles could come flying at her at any moment.
斩杀凶旧。
For a brief moment, hesitation creeps over her. As a child, she sat before the screen and watched this figure over and over again, her eyes filled with admiration. She had mimicked her arcane skill countless times. But she never imagined that one day those dazzling silver needles would be aimed at her.
小姐不行。
And cleanse this place. Yet she still speaks the final words of the incantation. With these words, an ancient contract will be upheld, and the Jiao Diao beast will be called upon to devour all evil as her right, as is her right as the descendant of the Liang family. At least that's what's supposed to happen.
What?
But the alley remains as empty as it was before.
Hey! Rookie, watch out!
Someone pushes her aside. She hits the ground hard. A flash of silver, the sound of shouting. Then blood, a body falling, a sticky sensation, warmth, chaos. The events that follow are hazy in Liang's memory. Training isn't over. Stand firm. A sharp reprimand shatters her haze, pulling her back to focus.
That's...
A familiar courtyard, a man with a familiar face. In front of him, a little girl stands in horse stance, sweat rolling down her forehead, her legs are trembling. Yet the man's ebony ruler comes down mercilessly on the girl's shoulder.
不像样。
Wrong. Shoulders and elbows down. Relax your body and mind. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Two small heads peek over the courtyard wall, giggling and whispering to each other. Shh. Look, she's gonna fall any second. That's what she gets for saying that to the teacher. The boy makes a goofy face at the girl holding the stance. The girl, already exhausted, finally loses her balance and collapses to the ground. You don't come to training, you're distracted, and you're lazy. How could Zhang Liang obey such an undisciplined master? Oh, jealous much? Get up, I'll come back later. If you can't do it by sundown, there will be no dinner tonight. The man, her father, shakes his head in disappointment and walks away, leaving the girl gasping for breath on the ground.
走吧走吧，没意思。
Let's go, she's gonna be there all day. Wanna go to the theater? Sure, the one in the corner's playing Detective C07 today. The children hop down from the wall, laughing as they scurry off. The theater? I want to go too. No one hears her voice. No one but herself.
I remember it now. I hated Qiangliang when I was little. Father was always trying to teach me something about the 12 Zhenzi, the master of Qiangliang, fighting the wicked and dispelling evil, fulfilling the duty of my inheritance. I was only a child. It was all too difficult for me to understand. The other kids hated me. I was a traitor, a class president who took the side of the adults and enforced the rules. They'd all hang out and have fun together, while I was left alone. I envied them. Their lives were simple. I wanted that.
1 cent, 2 cents, 5. Her piggy bank lies smashed on the ground as she picks through the shards to count every coin. Amidst the broken porcelain, half of a shattered face stares up at her innocently. I'm sorry, Piggy. She gently brushes her fingers over its face in a gesture of comfort or farewell.
That day, a dissipate father gathered up all my savings and headed to the theater. That was the first time I watched Detective C07. It was amazing. But I knew it was just fiction. Just an escape. It wouldn't change anything in my real life. Once the movie was over, I'd have to go back to the same home I had just left. I didn't want to leave. So I stayed in my seat for the closing credits. But the lights didn't come on when the credits ended. Rather, the silver screen lit up again and played something. It was an interview with Miss Qixing.
Miss Xixing, many children love your work and see you as their hero. Yet some adults say that the story of Detective C07 is too unrealistic because she always beats the villain. What's your opinion on this subject? Is it a flaw of the movie? The real world's already a cruel and unfair place. Our movie's idealistic, yes, but it shows us a world where good is rewarded and evil is punished. We need that. If we can't accept justice and truth even in a fictional world, then what hope do we have for reality? Xixing gazes into the camera, but also beyond it, her smile carefree, her eyes shining even brighter than the stars. C07 is justice, a hero who fights evil and cares for the weak. She'll always bring a happy ending, no matter what she's faced with. One of our goals with this movie and with the character was to inspire and encourage our viewers. We know that most people can't become C0 in a real world. After all, it's an incredibly difficult path to take. But we hope that we can at least inspire people to become heroes in their own lives, to create happy endings for themselves and the people around them.
It was just a short interview like any other. But I still remember every word she said. As the master of Qiangliang, you must use your power to fight the wicked and dispel evil. It is your duty to maintain the peace of the world. Qiangliang, the powerful being that had always been a blur to me, suddenly became clear. I realized that I could be more than just a hero who creates happy endings for herself and the people around her. I could be the hero who creates happy endings for everyone. Just like CO7. She was right. Not everyone can do that, but I could. Because I was Yue of the Liang family, the master of Qiangliang. On that day, the burden that had been crushing me suddenly became a blessing. So, what went wrong?
The image fades as another silver flash brings her back to reality. Sirens, an ambulance, blood, blood, endless blood. It seeps through the fabric of her uniform, drenching her hands. She hears someone shouting.
Stay with me, Porteous, please. Why? Why did you do that?
I thought you hated me. People always hate me.
Now she can hear clearly. She realizes it's her own voice, hoarse with desperation. What did Poitiers say to her back then? Blood bubbles from her mouth and nose with each painful breath.
You could tell, huh? But that's... that's in the past. Forget it. We just didn't know you yet.
A bloodstained hand weakly pats Liang's cheek before falling limp.
Poitiers? No, no, please, Poitiers!
Ugh, will you shut up? I'm not dead yet.
A thunderous smack, unbelievable from someone confined to a hospital bed, jerks Liang awake from her nightmare. Liang's head throbs. Dazed, she looks around, taking in the sterile white of the hospital room and the irritated face of her instructor.
The hell are you doing sleeping on my thigh, huh? Ugh, my leg's gone numb. And clean up the drool on your chin.
What? I'm sorry.
Just kidding, boo. You're not drooling.
Just kidding, boo.
All right, turn on the TV for me. I was bored out of my mind waiting for you to wake up.
I still don't know who's the actual culprit. Okay, so Noire is still good. Oh, interesting. Why did she want to get the film reel, though?
Officer, are you up? I got you guys Chinese food. You must be hungry.
The two officers are both staring intently at the television screen. The paper cups in their hands are crumpled tight.
Almost 20 suspects in the holding cell were injured. Most were found unconscious at the scene and are now in critical condition at the hospital. The victims include arcane black market dealer Castor and Chicago gang leader Jason the Coyote, both of whom have since been acquitted of their crimes.
Behind the reporter, thick black smoke billows from the scene of the car accident. Flames lick at the oil spilled on the road, sending waves of searing heat.
The ambulance needs to come through. We need banana bags stat. These people could go into shock.
Flames lick at the oil spilled on the road, sending waves of searing heat into the air. Cameras out of the way. Out of the way. The ambulance needs to come through. We need banana bags stat, or these people could go into shock.
Oh, my skin. It burns. Help! Help! Whoever you are who did this, just wait and see. I'll tear you apart, you asshole!
Medical personnel shove past the journalist as they hurry over with the stretcher. The cursing and wailing of the deranged man behind the reporter echo in the background. It sends a chill down their spines.
The fire is speculated to have been started by a victim of a night piercer attack who displayed signs of mental instability. At the same time, similar incidents have occurred at the Lieber Street Detention Center and the Chinatown Police Station. The situations at both sites are similarly concerning. It has been reported that the Division of Arcane Affairs is considering the potential connections between these incidents. The mysterious figure behind the unresolved night piercer attacks remains their top suspect. As with the previous attacks attributed to the night piercer, the victims of these incidents are once again notorious criminals with extensive records. However, in light of the night piercer's escalating criminal activities, support for the figure is dwindling as concerns for safety rise. In response to ongoing skepticism regarding the lack of resolution of the night piercer case, Deputy Chief Eldon of the Division of Arcane Affairs stated during the press conference that
Poitier slams the power button on the remote before flicking it aside. She yanks the IV needle from her hand and grabs her uniform from the bedside.
Fuck, I pass out for half a day and Chi Shing's already turned the city into her personal playground? Grab your stuff, rookie. We're hitting the road. Gotta find this bitch before she kills someone. What? Your feet stuck to the floor or something?
Poitier stops only when she notices Liang still sitting motionless. Liang purses her lips, struggling to speak under Poitier's skeptical gaze.
Deputy Chief Eldon took us off the case. It was an official order.
Why? A few hours earlier, the LA office for the Division of Arcane Affairs fell into an eerie silence.
Early this morning, Constance Scott, a staff member of the Foundation's Arcanum Containment Department, was assaulted during an illegal arcane object trade. She's still in critical condition.
Alright, here we go. A few hours earlier, the LA office for the Division of Arcane Affairs fell into an eerie silence. Early this morning, Constance Scott, a staff member of the Foundation's Arcane Containment Department, was assaulted during an illegal arcane object trade. She's still in critical condition.
Forensic Services has confirmed that the arcane skill traces found at the scene of the attack matched those left by the suspect in the ongoing Night Piercer case. Thanks to Noire and our Vigils cadet Liang Yue, who are both at the scene of the attack, we've been able to confirm the identity of the Night Piercer. Name's Chi Shing, a 29-year-old former movie actress from Hong Kong. She played the lead role in the Detective CO7 series, where she gained a reasonable amount of fame. She was in a few more movies after that, but no big hits. She officially retired from acting a few years ago. The BAU's come to the conclusion that she's confused herself with her movie character, possibly a result of a mental imbalance caused by the setbacks in her career. She thinks she's the real-life CO7, the hero who fights evil and cares for the weak. In short, we have a vigilante on our hands. Thanks to a minor mistake from the Foundation's Arcanum Containment Department, we also have a dangerous arcane item. A cursed film reel called Reunion of the Three Swallows, somewhere in the city. Liang has confirmed that Constance Scott, the staff member who was assaulted by Qixing yesterday, is the perpetrator of the theft. As you're all aware, there's been an explosion in mental disorders in Chinatown. We now know that the source is the cursed film reel.
Yeah, we found all this out.
It's currently in Qixing's possession, which makes her even more dangerous.
While you were sitting there with your thumb up
Having
your
learned
ass.
about the history behind this arcane film, we have reason to believe that obtaining it was one of her motives. Since the film's been in her possession, there have been multiple assaults around the city, all matching the patterns of the Night Piercer. But there's one key difference. This time, the victims all showed the same mental disorder as the victims of the film. We believe that the suspect is able to control the film's power to some extent, and she's using it to commit escalating crimes at a much higher frequency. We need to act before the situation gets out of control.
It already is out of control.
Reinforcements from the Foundation and the Vigils Bureau are already on the way. We will do whatever we can to protect our city before they arrive.
He pauses for a moment as he sweeps his gaze over the officers
James,
before
Carter,
him.
I'm putting you on the case. You'll be taking direct orders from me. The rest of you, stick to your posts.
Excuse me, Deputy Chief Alden. I need to ask you something.
I already know what it is.
Before Liang can speak, Eldon cuts her off. His tone is calmer than she expected.
You and Poitier saw that something was going on in Chinatown and started an investigation yourselves. You found the culprit behind the ACD theft and stopped an assault that could have ended much worse. You've done a great job.
But then his tone shifts.
But there's one key thing you failed to do. You had a chance to apprehend the Night Piercer right then and there, but somehow she slipped through your fingers.
What?
According to your report and the witnesses' statements, you failed to summon your legendary beast when you confronted the suspect. As a result, not only did the suspect get away, but your partner sustained an avoidable injury. I need my best, most reliable officers on this case.
After a brief pause, he delivers his final verdict.
Sorry, Liang, but you don't make the cut. The two of you will be excluded from the operation.
This dude's a loser.
This is bullshit! He can't cut us out! This is our case! No! We are doing this!
Calm down, Miss Putty. Even if you feel fine, the doctor said you had to stay in bed for at least a few days.
The name's Poitier, and I'm fine, okay? Stop trying to...
Facts speak louder than words. Liang gently leads Poitier back down onto the bed. This time, Poitier doesn't resist.
Damn it. So what went wrong? How come your friend, Tang Leng was it, didn't show up?
Qiang Liang must have sensed my hesitation and refused my summon. You see, if its master can overcome their selfish desires with an unwavering heart, it can turn on them. Father used to warn me about it. But that won't happen again. I promise.
Poitier narrows her eyes as she studies Liang for a moment.
If you say so. What are you gonna do now?
Liang takes a deep breath.
I'll continue with the investigation. I need to find Qixing.
What? But that angry grandpa already pulled you off the gate.
It's so true.
I have to do this.
What for? Because of your duty to fight evil as the master of Qiangliang?
Oh, now she remembers.
I've always had two things guiding me. My duty as a member of the Liang family and the spirit of CO7.
Poitier furrows her brow, but to her surprise, Liang shakes her head. Did she mention? Okay, yeah, she did.
But now, Qianliang has ignored my summon, and Qixing has turned out to be anything but a hero. They were once the beacons of my life, but not anymore. This could be a setback, yes. Or it could be an opportunity. For the first time in my life, I can think about what I really want without having to consider anything else.
After a brief moment of surprise, Poitier lets out a laugh.
You know what, Rookie? It always grinds my gears when you talk about your duty and all that stuff. But what you're saying now, I like it.
Aren't you going to stop me?
Why would I? It's our case, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with doing our job. If Eldon bitches about it, just tell him you bumped into the crook when you were strolling around the city.
Seriously?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, is there? So what's the game plan, huh? What are you gonna do?
This scene again? They must have done a dozen takes already, right?
Yeah, I'm no movie expert, but even I can tell the actor's nervous as hell.
Of course he is. Anyone would be nervous if they knew a wanted criminal could show up at any time and mess you up with Arcanum. Eldon tried to keep the details of the case a secret, but that director from Hong Kong told her crew about it as soon as she came back.
The two uniformed figures stand in a narrow alley in Chinatown. They came to protect the potential target of an attack, Noire, but were politely turned away on the grounds of disrupting filming. Now they can only confirm the situation inside the set by peering through the slightly ajar door.
I mean, I guess they have the right to know. And to run. Half of the extras got the hell out as fast as they could. And look at the other half. They're too nervous to work.
I know. Hey, that's the Vigil's cadet, isn't it? What's she doing here?
She just nods.
The officers said you're here to help, is that right? Excellent. We could really use a hand right now. Come, let's get you in costume.
Noire greets her guests with her usual amiable smile. Having reached an agreement with Liang to cooperate in an arrest, Noire has not been charged for her illegal trading of the arcane object. After being released from custody this morning, she immediately returned to filming.
I'm more than happy to help. But first, I have something important to ask you.
Noire pauses.
Right to the point this time. I see.
I don't think there's any need to tiptoe around each other anymore. Could you answer me directly this time? What happened between you, Qixing, and He Rijun, the creator of Reunion of the Three Swallows? How did she die? Why do you and Miss Qixing both want that film? And Why is she doing this?
Noire looks at Liang, her usual smile fading slightly.
What do you plan to do with my answers?
To Qixin, I'm probably just another fan. But to me, she and her character means something. I need to know why. I have to arrest her and find out the truth. Maybe I can still fix things, but Miss Noah, I need your help if I'm going to do it.
This time, Liang says exactly what she's thinking. She holds her breath as she awaits Noire's response.
You mean you want to know more about her? To peek behind the scenes, learn what really happened behind all the moving magic. I told you it's not a good idea. We create works not just to express ourselves, but to entertain. And when we release them to the public, we open ourselves to all kinds of commentary, whether they be sweet or bitter. But the people behind the characters, behind the production, they are not for entertainment. Their lives are not fiction.
Is that a no?
I haven't finished.
She raises an eyebrow, a hint of mischief growing behind her smile.
Though I don't advocate trying to cross the line between on and off screen, if we cast aside your relationship as fan and actress and treat you simply as individuals, saying I want to know more about you sounds rather beautiful. It's touching, really. I'll answer your questions, Miss Liang. Follow me.
All right, finally gonna know. I mean, Grace isn't on here.
Our story began 11 years ago. Life was tough, as it is for all young artists. But, like the beginning of many stories, there was a kind of beauty in it.
Another new wave director has made a splash with her debut movie. Nitwit boasts an excellent foundation, but it may have reached a little too far with its bizarre and unconventional story. While some have praised its daring approach, it has proven too much for the general audience to appreciate, leading to a disappointing box office performance and living up to its title, Nitwit. What can I say? They've got no taste. She casually tosses the newspaper onto the table, the loud thud drawing surprised glances from nearby diners. Okay, I guess compromise is inevitable if you want to sell more tickets, but that's not exactly my strong suit. Noire, is that you? What a surprise! It's good to see you again. Teresa, what are you doing here? When did you come back to Hong Kong?
Teresa, or as you know her by He Jun, was a dear friend of mine, the scriptwriter of Detective CO7 and the creator of the cursed film Reunion of the Three Swallows.
This is a pretty good script. Interesting.
Teresa and I met while we were studying abroad at the Film Academy. We took the same scriptwriting class. We didn't talk much at first. She always sat in the corner on her own. I only got to know her after our teacher showed a script to the class as an example of excellent work.
The writer's name. Teresa.
Her stories could strike a balance between the details and the big picture. They were engaging, light-hearted, and warm. So, in that moment, when we met again at the restaurant, I realized she was the one I'd been looking for. At that time, she was an editor at a small press. I invited her to join my studio, and 3 months later, she put the first edition of Detective CO7 on my table.
So, what do you think? Just tell me if you want to change anything. I can. I'm thinking about who should play the heroine. Your script is remarkable, even better than I expected. Let's shoot it.
So we had the script, but we couldn't decide who would play the heroine. We held endless auditions, even considered some famous actresses, but none of them fit. Until that night.
What did you think? What did you think of today's candidates? The last one seems okay to me. Nope, she's missing that edge. You can see it too, right? We're not making lemonade from lemons. At least I'm not. But what if she doesn't even exist? What if our perfect actress only lives in our imaginations? Then we'll keep looking until she's born. You, what are you doing? I'm kicking your ass. Got a problem with that, perverts? Fuck off. Just you wait, we'll come back, you'll see. After throwing out a few uninspired threats, the hooligans flee in disgrace. Behind the door, a worried face peeks out. You really shouldn't have done that. Those guys live in the neighborhood. They won't just let you off the hook after this. I know you just wanted to help that girl, but she didn't say anything. Why did you have to make such a scene? What if they come back and tear up the restaurant? Zai, you've gotten me into big trouble, Xing. Xing, don't worry, boss. I'll quit. If they come again, tell them to come find me. Here's my key. Remember to open early. Your regulars don't like to wait. Hey, Xing, what are you... The restaurant owner resigns to taking the key in silence. Without a backward glance, the girl steps down from the door, only to be quickly stopped. Looks like you just lost your job. Yeah? And what's it to you? What do you want? To offer you a new one. Are you interested in acting?
Ah Sing was surprised when I made the offer. She said she needed to think about it, so Teresa gave her a copy of the script. The next day, she knocked on our door and took the offer. Later, we learned that Ah Sing was born into a poor family. Her father was in prison, and her mother had mental issues. She'd been the breadwinner for the family since she was a kid.
Oh, damn.
Her father's reputation would often get her into trouble, so usually she was either on the way to a job or to a fight.
As memories surface, Noire lets out a sentimental smile.
The CO7 you saw always had a confident smile on her face, but in actual fact, Ah Sing almost never smiled at the beginning. An actor should learn to commit to the moment in front of the camera and come back to reality behind it. But Ah Sing didn't. She didn't come back to reality. She's never once stopped playing the role of CO7 since then. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. She started to smile the way CO7 smiled. She went from brash and reckless to sly and methodical, just like CO7. The deputy chief and the BAU made a mistake. Ah Sing has not confused herself with her character. After all these years in the movie industry, I've seen a lot of actors get carried away by the glitz and glamour of their characters. But Ah Sing is different. She values CO7 even more than herself. So much so that, ultimately, it eclipsed her own consciousness.
She's got a mental disorder.
Miss Liang, you asked me which rumors about CO7 and the three of us were true. Now I can give you an answer. Most of them were.
Noire maneuvers her wheelchair to the desk, pulls out a file from the bottom drawer, and hands it to Liang. The file is heavy. Liang opens it to find an aged photograph.
Is this...
3 women pose together. Their identities are obvious.
We drew a lot of attention after the release of CO7. Put a magnifying glass up to anyone, and you'll always find imperfections. We were no exception. Ah Sing was as stubborn and uncompromising as I was. When we disagreed, it would blow up into a huge argument, neither one of us giving in to the other. Poor Teresa was always caught in the middle. I was too young, too bullheaded, to realize the consequences that this might cause. I tore a path forward, often ignoring the people around me. Teresa, on the other hand, was kind-hearted, perhaps too much so. She never got angry, no matter what people said. She just bottled it up inside and let it eat away at her.
Oh, you can't do that. Noire gazes at the smiling faces in the photo, her expression tinged with nostalgia and the faintest hint of sorrow.
She didn't like taking photos. She was self-conscious about her appearance.
She's gorgeous.
So we only have a few together.
I don't know why.
This one was taken when we were shooting CO7 too. We were so close back then. Of course, we knew we'd have to part ways eventually, but we didn't concern ourselves with that. Even then, our shortcomings had started to hurt our relationship. But by the time we realized it, the damage had been done.
No, this ending makes no sense. C07 would never do that.
When we were making CO7-3, Ah Sing was up in arms about the ending. In the sequence, CO7 tracks a criminal through a Shehua parade, hoping to finish him off herself. But when she finds him sitting at home with his family, she changes her mind. Ah Sing didn't like it. She said that CO7 would punish the villain for what he's done, that she would never change her mind. We had countless arguments over this ending, and of course, we never reached a conclusion.
All right, enough. We're not getting anywhere with this. I have an idea.
So I cheated. Were I in the same position now, I'd solve the problem more delicately.
What did you
but
do?
I was a jerk back then. The only thing that mattered was the movie. I couldn't care less about what people thought, including my heroine. I asked Teresa to write an alternative ending, and told Ah-Sing that we'd shoot both endings and pick the better one together. She agreed.
But you didn't keep your word. You released the movie with the original ending.
It turned out to be very popular, but Ah-Sing saw it as a betrayal. At the premiere, she announced she was quitting the new art company that the three of us had founded together. I didn't stop her. Teresa tried to mend our relationship, like she always did.
I wrote a new story, not for C7, C07, a completely new one. If you're interested, maybe we can use it for our next movie. I made a sizzle reel. It's pretty short, probably not as good as the ones we usually make. But shall we watch it together?
It was her proof of concept for reunion of the Three Swallows. I knew Teresa had always wanted to put an end to the CO7 series and write something she was really passionate about. Perhaps she thought a new story would help Ah-Sing move away from CO7 and become herself again. Unfortunately, when she came to show us the script, Ah-Sing and I were in the middle of a fight.
No, I'm not acting in any more of your movies.
Ah-Sing had always
Ah-Sing,
been kind
wait,
to Teresa.
Ah-Sing had always been kind to Teresa, but on that day she pushed her out of the doorway and stormed off.
Well, as I said, I was a jerk. I flipped through her script, and a flurry of harsh words left my mouth.
Really? This type of story again? I told you this isn't your strong suit. Damn. The script, along with the reel, is shoved back into Hejun's hands without a second glance. I can't pronounce her name.
In the end, neither Ah-Sing nor I cared enough to watch Teresa's sizzle reel, even though she tried so hard to present it to us. That was the last time we saw Teresa.
That fire.
Yes. That's why I'd pay any price to get that film.
Okay, that explains
Her
it.
script was burned to ashes in the fire. I need to know what story she was trying to tell. I suppose Ah-Sing feels the same.
Noire gestures toward the file.
This is what you wanted to see last time you and your officer friend visited me.
Okay. This is what you wanted to see the last time you and your officer friend visited me.
You mean the threatening letter?
It's not a letter, actually.
Liang sets down the photo and pulls out the remaining contents of the file. It's an aged script. It's covered in yellow by time. As she flips through, familiar lines of dialogue meet her eyes. In an instant, she understands the significance of what she's holding.
It's the script of Detective 071.
The original. The one Teresa handed to Ah-Sing all those years ago.
Liang never imagined that one day she would be holding the origin of the very film that inspired her as a child. There is no doubt Xixing must have returned it to Noire, but why? What does this mean? She continues to flip through until her fingers meet an object tucked between the pages.
Is this a poster of the Shihua parade? Oh, right. It's almost time for the Dushu festival. With everything going on these days, I almost forgot.
Liang's expression suddenly shifts.
Is Miss Xixing going to...
Your guess is as good as mine.
She's gonna do the other ending. They exchange a glance, then both turn their gaze to the image of the Shihua parade printed on the poster in front of them. Yeah, she plans on enacting the other ending of C07 at the parade. Oh, is Anan Lee gonna show up now?
Wow! Look at all these people! Oh, we should have come earlier. I can hardly see a thing from here.
And whose fault is that? You are the one who took ages to get ready. Anyway, at least we haven't missed much. Looks like it just started. I heard there's a new event this year. I wonder what it is.
Not an event. A film crew is shooting a scene during the parade. Apparently, they already talked to Mr. Shao and said they wouldn't cause any trouble. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can get into one of the shots.
This is the busiest time of the year in Chinatown. The streets are filled to the brim. But for those with keen eyes, some outliers can be spotted among the crowd.
This is C2. All clear.
Copy. Group C, all clear. No sign of target. All units, stay in position. Wonder how the Vigil girl and Eldon are doing.
Having ended the transmission, the officer glances toward a Chinese restaurant at the street corner. Despite the bustling crowd, the sign on his door reads closed.
Do I really have to go outside like this?
Deputy Chief Eldon stands awkwardly in front of the mirror as he stares at the brightly colored traditional outfit he's adorned in. The man across from him sneers, shattering his last shred of hope to be saved from it.
No, you need to paint your face too. I'm not gonna let you join the parade looking like a weirdo.
Parade?
You're the one who said that the parade needed guards in case there was an attack. Have you changed your mind? I'd be more than happy to kick you out of here. Sorry, but your profiling and a BAU report seemed like a load of crap to me. If someone does attack the parade, I'm sure we can handle it ourselves.
This dude's a total loser.
Listen, I won't pretend to understand the meaning behind all this. But what I do understand is that this is one of the most important events of the year for the people of Chinatown. The target could strike at any time, so we need to be prepared. No one wants to see a celebration turn into a nightmare.
Why didn't you say that to your men? They are the ones who've ignored the Chinatown all this time. What a hypocrite.
He glares at the officers with a clear distrust in his eyes, but before tensions can rise anymore, the girl beside him cuts in with a smile.
Uncle Zhao, today's our big day. That sour face of yours is gonna scare this guy straight off. Leave the
Her
past
uncle?
in the past lah. They are doing this for the right reasons. What we got to lose? Besides, we could really use a hand right now. They can make up for our manpower shortage. Now, give me a big smile lah, before your long face scares off our good fortune.
Hey, you. Always a sweet talker, aren't you, eh?
He huffs and glares, but eventually waves it off.
Fine. But you've got to look the part if you're gonna be in the parade. I don't care what your mission is. Oh, you! Blondie! Tighten your belt, or your pants will fall down when you dance. And the big guy over there, the lining should be under your coat.
The famed Chinatown investigator yells corrections to the officers as they do their best to don the traditional attire. His tone is sharp but surprisingly patient. Seeing his old friend much mellowed from before, Eldon removes his garish headpiece and turns to Anan.
Thanks for all your help, Miss Lee. We never would have been able to join the parade unnoticed if you hadn't persuaded the residents to cooperate with us.
You are welcome lah, sir. Even though I only came here a few months ago, I've already gotten pretty close to the residents. So, it was pretty easy to convince everyone. Don't worry about it lah. Besides, the Shehuo parade is for everyone, whether they're here to watch or dance. We are always happy to have more people join the celebration. Uncle Zhao might be a little stubborn, but you know gala, that's just what he's like. Don't take it personally.
She sounds a little strange. She turns her head, gesturing toward a few unfamiliar faces at the other end of the restaurant.
These guys are arcane detectives and influential people around Chinatown. I told them to all keep an eye out too. There's a saying in Hong Kong, as stupid as the god of longevity who hangs himself. That will be Night Piercer if she camps anywhere near Chinatown.
Eldon nods before gently shaking his head with a complex expression.
I know everyone here will be grateful if Nightpiercer doesn't show up, but then we'll still have a dangerous criminal with an equally dangerous arcane item on the loose. Nothing's more dangerous than an unexploded bomb. I want to eliminate the threat once and for all. The question is, will she come? Was the little vigil right?
Late last night, Liang knocked on Eldon's office door. She had returned from her morning rejection with renewed determination.
The Shehuo parade, sir.
At that time, the Division of Arcane Affairs was still brightly lit, with most officers racking their brains to track down Qixing without success. That was when Liang had stormed in with her important collaborator, ignoring the puzzled glances from her colleagues, and slammed a thick stack of reports onto his desk.
Miss Noah isn't like any of Qixing's previous targets. She's much more important. Miss Qixing still can't accept the way Miss Noah ended Detective CO73. That's her motive. The ending consists of two major elements, the Shehuo parade and the villain who should have been punished. She now sees Noah as that villain, and she's going to attack her at the coming Shehuo parade. That will be our chance to arrest her.
The Shehuo parade? Do you have any idea what you're suggesting?
The sheer thickness of the report is intimidating. Eldon scrims through it before casting a questioning look at the unexpected visitor Liang had dragged in. The visitor nods.
Don't worry, sir. I'd be happy to cooperate as bait. Ah Sing will come. I promise.
The The sound of the back door opening breaks Eldon's thoughts. He looks up to see Poitier pushing Noire's wheelchair inside, Loggerhead following closely behind.
As far as I can remember, she's never been late to anything.
Heath, why aren't you dressed up? I've been looking forward to it all day.
Wow, so many people. I'll make sure I capture some great memories of this.
Noire remains her usual unruffled self while Poitier teases her colleagues, and Loggerhead eagerly looks around. Eldon sighs and rubs his forehead.
I understand that the festival atmosphere is exciting, but you ladies need to remember that we're not here to celebrate. There's a tough fight ahead of us. Poitier, you sure you're healed up?
Of course, Chief. You've approved my participation in this operation. It's too late to take it back now.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fair. Eldon looks her over. Clearly she's alive and well, but he still carries concern on his face. Eventually he sighs and nods.
What about Miss Latham? You've been proven innocent, and I heard the Foundation told you to await orders. There's no reason for you to be here.
Eldon's words draw everyone's attention to Loggerhead. Her head twitches slightly.
Yeah, but it'd be weird to stay in my room alone when everyone's out here. Don't you think? Anyway,
yeah.
I'm waiting for Scott to wake up from her coma. I want to ask her why she stole from the Foundation and pinned it on me.
You already asked her that.
I need to know what she thinks about me and our friendship.
You already know that too.
If I let you guys do all the work while I just wait in my room, I won't be able to question her without feeling insecure. I know I might not be all that helpful, but I'll do everything I can.
The camera lens almost seems to flash with something resembling a plea.
Miss Latham's being modest. As a staff member of the Arcanum Containment Department, she knows how to deal with that film reel better than any of us. She may forget things, but she still has a wealth of knowledge. Her experience might just make the difference between failure and success.
All right, you've got a point. Miss Latham, thanks for lending us your expertise.
Eldon finally nods. Loggerhead lights up.
Great! Just leave it to me. I can deal with the film. I've rewatched all my related memories, so I remember every detail, even down to the scratches on its surface.
With Loggerhead officially permitted to join, the final member of the operation team is the last to arrive.
There you are. Everyone was gone when I left the changing room. I thought something was... What's wrong?
Wow, the costume fits you so well. Fancy, whoa. It doesn't even look like a costume. Much fancier than that. You are like the best parade dancer I've ever seen. There's no way the Night Piercer will spot you. Look at her, Uncle Zhao. So cool, huh?
The Chinatown investigator scrutinizes Liang from head to toe before letting out a derisive snort.
Is that the Liang's family ritual dress? Let me see. Good. You're wearing it right. Nice to know that at least some kids remember their traditions. You better not dishonor your family wearing this, kid.
Don't be a dick.
My thoughts exactly. Everything's in place. You sure you can perform this time, Vigil? I don't want a repeat of last time. The alley out back's empty. Show us what you got.
He gestures to the officers, motioning them to line up before Liang. Each officer stands tall and imposing, forming what feels like a solid wall before Liang. Refusing to shy away, she squares her shoulders and meets their gazes head on.
Yes, sir. I will prove myself to you.
I didn't bring any tissues, princess, so if you start crying, you'll have to wipe your nose on your new uniform. Alright, let's see if I'm up against a powerless little girl or a real challenger. Understood, sir. I will go easy on you.
This one. Oh look, here's another one. We see it together. Like a metaphor?
Oh, alright, stop. Or at least I acknowledge you now. Not bad. Good, looks like she wasn't just all talk. Sorry, I did my best to restrain myself. If this had kept up, we'd have been exhausted before the real suspect even showed up.
And now, to return to my long-term mission.
After several rounds of trials, Liang remains standing, her expression firm and determined, her gaze burning with resolve. Satisfied, Eldon nods.
Looks like I've got nothing to worry about. You ready, kid?
He rolls up his sleeve and checks the time on his watch.
Parade's starting soon. I'll go get dressed. The rest of you...
I need to talk to Miss Liang. Could you give us a moment?
Don't be late.
Poitier glances at them before following the others back inside. The alley suddenly feels empty. Liang waits quietly for Noire to speak, but she never does. She simply stares at the distant lights, as if the revelry and noise belong to another world. Eventually, Liang can wait no longer.
Why me, Miss Noah?
Alright, let me go to the restroom. Alright. We got like maybe like 2 or 3 more chapters. The cheers and laughter of the Shehuo parade echo through the alley, muffled and distant.
You could have just told Alden about what happened between the three of you. You could have shown him the threatening letter. Maybe then he wouldn't have made the order to shoot the target if necessary. Yes, Miss Qixing has committed multiple assaults, but she hasn't killed anyone. I don't think she deserves to die. So, as I promised, I will do my best to catch her alive. That being said, if
She takes a deep breath.
If drastic measures have to be taken, I will not hesitate.
Liang's final words are anything but polite. She holds her breath as she awaits Noire's response. After a brief silence, Noire speaks.
Ah Sing was a good actress.
Liang anticipated all kinds of responses from Noire, but not this one.
Huh?
Yes. She was a skilled martial artist with remarkable control over her arcane skill. But that's not what makes a successful actress. Before we'd even start shooting, she'd have everything memorized. Her lines, her movements, even the details of her expression. She'd take as many shots as were necessary to get the scene right. As you know, I was a perfectionist, always taking it too far. Many of my crew quit halfway through my projects. Even Teresa struggled sometimes. She told me more than once that she couldn't do it anymore. Only Ah Sing could keep up with my pace. In fact, she'd often be a few steps ahead. Because she shared my vision, that drive for something better, no matter the cost. She was a good actress indeed. I know that we'll probably never be partners again, but I still don't want her to be treated like this.
In Liang's memories, Noire was always smiling. Sometimes friendly, sometimes distant, with the mischievousness of a child, or the cunning and unyielding pride of a woman totally in control. But at this moment, when she turned her head, there is no smile. What burns quietly in her eyes is something akin to rage.
You to figure out the truth. Well, it seems you and I agree that things aren't as simple as they appear. The Arcanum Containment Department's security system should be almost unbreakable. So how is it that Miss Scott, a regular staff member with no special skills, managed to break through it? And why was she selected to go after Miss Latham? What was she about to say before that needle pierced her neck? Ah Sing's actions don't make sense either. After all these years, why has she decided to take revenge now? Is it because she found the film? There are simply far too many coincidences. If one of my writers wrote a script like this, they'd be fired on the spot.
You mean there's something else going on behind all this?
Noire gives her a look of approval.
The scene has been staged. I can feel it. The lights, the cameras, the cast, they're all in position. And when the clapperboard claps, the movie will begin. And this time, I'm not sitting behind the camera, but in front of it. Miss Liang, I've been holding back. I apologize for that. I hadn't figured out which role you'd play in this movie.
If you're saying this to try to get me to talk about the behind the scenes of my life, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed.
No, of course not. You got me wrong.
She waves a hand dismissively, her expression light but her eyes still blazing.
I'm a director. I don't act in movies made by others. Ah Sing, Miss Latham, Miss Scott. The camera's focused on them too. But none of us know where the story will go.
Something stirs in Liang's chest.
You mean Miss Qixing's being manipulated? I've considered that possibility, but who's the one behind the camera? What do they want?
All I know is that if Ah Sing continues down this path, there will be no happy ending for her. I understand that she's trying to reach something she's always strived for, but whoever's orchestrating this won't let her get it. I've done that to her before, and it was a huge mistake. I won't let that happen again.
Oh, wait.
What are you going to do?
I understand she's trying to reach something she's always strived for, but whoever's orchestrating this won't let her get it. I've done that to her before, and it was a huge mistake. I won't let that happen again. Interesting. What are you going to do? Noire smiles.
Since coming to Hollywood, there's one thing I found difficult to accept. The producers always stick to the script. They're obsessed with it. Changes are incredibly rare. But that's not how we do it in Hong Kong. The script's finished, and so what? Things will always come up during shooting. You have to be flexible if you want to make truly great art.
Alright.
If a moment of inspiration were to strike me and I weren't allowed to add it to the movie, then you may as well just kill me there.
Liang takes a moment to understand all this.
You want to change the script?
Precisely. But we have a small issue.
Noire gestures to her legs resting on the wheelchair.
As you can see, I'm not exactly ready to jump to my feet and into the action. I'm better at working behind the camera than I am in front of it. So, I need a protagonist. One who's as eager as I am to change the script and find that perfect ending. Are you interested?
Yeah, let's do it. I'm pretty. She reaches a hand out to Liang.
It would be an honor.
This is pretty exciting, I think. And Liang takes it in her own.
Attention please. Noire will be shooting a movie during the Shahua parade as planned. Let's go over the plan one more time. Group A will hide among the cast. Group B, cameramen. And Group C, you're in the crowd. Once Xixing appears, close in and arrest her as soon as possible. Got it. They're all set too. Good. Everyone, take your positions.
Is that guy the villain?
All right, Noire. The time has come. This will be our final scene.
Huh? What's going on? That light's so bright.
Whoa. I'm feeling kinda dizzy.
Mummy, I'm scared.
That arcane fluctuation. It's from reunion of the Three Swallows. But how did she?
Program activated.
What are those twisted shadows? Ah, they're swarming all over. Don't be afraid, child. Here, stand behind me. Stay calm, everyone. This is just a new parade performance.
Oh no, this is You are not welcome here. To read.
I can feel it. The source of these malevolent spirits is nearby. Wait, is that Xixing?
I remember it's called.
The lights on either side of the street blur, polluting the night sky, turning it into a swirling mess. It's as if everything in sight has been tossed onto a painter's palette and smeared and blended. All definitions have been lost.
What's happening?
Is this part of the parade? How'd they do that?
Wait! What's this?
Stand back.
A young officer rushes forward, positioning herself between the unknown monster and the Chinatown residents.
Sailors, head down!
Easy.
Easy.
Thank you. They teach you that in Hong Kong?
That thing's nothing like the critter you're used to dealing with. What were you thinking rushing like that? You're totally out of your league.
I was about to attack. What else was I supposed to do?
This guy's such a dick, man. He swallows whatever snarky remark he had planned, instead looking around at the eerie figures shifting in the shadows.
They look like ghosts, but there's something different about them. So, little ghost hunter, can that machine of yours tell us what they are?
1 second, Uncle Zhao. Lily's working on it.
Under the bewildered gazes of the officers, the young ghost hunter's human-headed Lily lets out a chilling, eerie laugh. Anan's expression changes.
What? You mean that was a living man's soul?
What?
Just got confirmation that this thing's covering the whole of Chinatown. Comms are down, and we can't seem to leave either.
Arcane humanoids spotted in all directions. Don't seem to be critters of the beyond. Must be some kind of arcane creation. They're everywhere and immune to regular bullets. Arcane skills and specialized bullets break them apart for a while, but then their bodies just morph back together. No casualties so far, but people are panicking. What do we do, Chief?
Sorry, not my type.
What? The specialized bullets successfully repel the shadowy beings, but their supply is limited. Eldon has to fall back, yelling into his chameleon comms.
Everyone keep calm. Groups A and C, protecting the public as your top priority.
As he does so.
These things seem to follow anything that moves. Lure them away.
Wait. The specialized bullets successfully repel the shadowy beings, but their supply is limited. Eldon has to fall back, yelling into his chameleon comm as he does so. Everyone keep calm. Groups A and C, protecting the public is your top priority. These things seem to follow anything that moves. Lure them away.
Miss Lee, Mr. Joe, gather as many civilians as you can and guide them to a safe place.
He expected the private investigator to fire back with his usual sarcasm, but to his surprise, his response is immediate and to the point.
No problem. They know us. I'm sure we'll be able to calm them down. I'll tell them they are special effects. They all know that a movie was being shot here. That should help. At least long enough to get them to safety. That means you guys are gonna have to figure this out yourselves. Show me what you've got, Arcane Affairs.
We won't let you down.
Okay. He takes another deep breath, filling his body with renewed strength.
Group B, hold your positions. Target's probably trying to distract us with these monsters. What's your status? Report immediately.
This is Portier. Same thing's happening at the rear of the parade. Noire's fine, though.
Keep it that way. The rest of you keep your eyes peeled. The target could appear at any time. Camerahead, any idea what's going on?
The Arcanum Containment Department employee is the person most likely to understand the current anomaly.
I think Chinatown's been sealed inside an arcane barrier created by the film. There's nothing in the records about this, but these arcane fluctuations are definitely from the film.
Okay.
What about those ghost things? I don't remember the file saying it could spawn spirits out of thin air.
Well, I don't know. Reunion of the Three Swallows can play and record, that's for sure. But even if its power has been enhanced somehow, it probably wouldn't develop a completely unrelated ability.
You are right, because it's not unrelated.
Anan's voice crackles through the communicator. Even the usually carefree ghost hunter sounds a little tense.
Remember the film's victims? Part of them was taken away by its record ability. What they lost was part of their spiritual energy and memories. They are Sawan Tapa, or Three Souls and Seven Spirits. These monsters are actually the Sawan Tapa of the victims.
They're the victim's spiritual energy? But how did the film do that?
The chilling appearance of the phantoms makes it difficult to connect them with what Anan has declared them to be.
I'm not sure, but Lily's never wrong. So, let's not try to eliminate these things.
Noire, the victims will never get their back.
Adon's voice, transmitted through the DAA communicator, reaches Li Yang's
Essentially,
ears.
she's holding everyone in Chinatown hostage.
For
We
what?
certainly weren't expecting that.
Liang looks at the figure standing just a few meters ahead. The frightened crowd clings to their family and friends, frantic and scared. And those who are alone gather with others near the dim glow of the shop fronts in search of any semblance of warmth and assurance. They have no way of knowing that the one responsible for all this is standing just a few steps away. And those who are alone gather with others near the dim glow of the shop fronts in search of any semblance of warmth and reassurance. They have no way of knowing that the one responsible for all of this is standing just a few steps away.
I didn't want it to come to this. This was between me and Noire, but you just couldn't leave it alone, could you? So here we are. Sounds like you already know what this film reel is capable of. Good. Saves me the trouble of explaining it. Now, bring me Noire.
Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, I feel bad for her. Alright, here we go.
Target spotted. I repeat, target spotted.
Within moments of the plainclothes officer's words, the arriving police evacuate the crowd and seal off the street. The officers form an impenetrable barrier, trapping both the target and Liang inside. They stand in for a face-off.
Who are they?
The officers form an impenetrable barrier, trapping both the target and Liang inside. They stand in a face-off.
What's going on? Who are they?
The bystanders erupt in a fervent speculation. Deputy Chief Eldon steps into the containment zone.
Impressive, Night Piercer. This is a whole new level, even for you. Tell me, what did you pull to take control of that film reel?
I didn't pull anything, officer. It chose to fulfill my wish. That's all.
That sound effect. Without warning, an excruciatingly sharp noise tears through her skull, sending waves of vertigo crashing over her. For several antagonizing seconds, she can hear nothing but the distant groans of the officers and bystanders suffering alongside her. It's a fight just to stay upright. When the assault on her senses finally subsides, the first thing she registers is a voice coming from her communicator.
Something bad's happening.
The urgency in the officer's voice sets Liang's nerves on edge, but then her tone shifts.
Maybe it's good. Those things. They stopped moving. They're not attacking anymore.
You kidding?
Liang and Eldon exchange a puzzled glance before scanning their surroundings. The shifting shadows have indeed stopped moving, and the reason is obvious. Their wary gazes turn to their target. She's standing calmly in the middle of the street, unfazed by the array of loaded firearms aimed directly at her.
I never wanted to get innocent people involved. As I said before, this is between me and Noire. Now, may I see my dear old friend? If you're worried about her safety, the little vigil can tag along.
Liang and Eldon exchange a look.
It's too dangerous.
Oh, come on, dude.
You've already put Noire at considerable risk, but pushing her right into the hands of a criminal, I don't think so. We can't put a civilian in danger like that. Besides, why would Xing let you go with her? You're walking right into a trap.
Trap or not, I'm afraid we don't have much choice.
Ugh.
Trap or not, I'm afraid we don't have much choice.
Her voice isn't loud, but it's in this high-tension standoff. Its slow and measured cadence feels completely out of place. Poitier pushes Noire's wheelchair forward, placing her squarely in the spotlight.
Poitier, what are you doing? I told you to hold position.
Noire raises a hand, smiling as she cuts off Eldon's rising fury.
Please don't blame Officer Poitier, sir. I forced her to bring me here.
What? What the hell are you thinking?
It's time I put an end to all of this. No need to worry, officer. Our reliable vigil will keep me safe, isn't that right?
Yup.
Yes, of course. I will ensure Miss Noire's safety, Chief. Leave it to me.
Eldon studies Liang's face for a moment before shifting his gaze to Xing. At last he relents.
Keep the target in check, Liang.
Keeping his eyes on the target, he leans in close to Liang's ear and issues a low
James
warning.
and the others are working on how to break this barrier we're in. Camerahead and that ghost hunter are helping them. Stay calm. We want to resolve this peacefully if possible. Haven't forgotten what you learned in negotiation class, have you?
Of course not, sir. I got straight Ace.
I got straight Ace. Poitier takes Liang's other side and rests a firm hand on her shoulder.
Guard up, rookie, and straighten your back. I get why you want to wear this outfit, but you can get things done with or without it. Isn't that right, partner?
Right, ma'am. I won't fail.
Before pulling away, Poitier gives Liang her usual rough pat on the back, but somehow it causes Liang's stiffness to melt away. Taking a steadying breath, she moves to Noire's side.
Let's go, Director. Time for the final scene.
Accompanied by Liang, Noire wheels into the distorted world before them. It's as if a surreal nightmare is unfolding before their
Look
eyes.
around you, Noire. Look at what we've done.
Xing's gaze wanders over the bleeding lights and flickering shadows around her as she scrutinizes the cracks and distortions in this twisted realm unleashed by the cursed film reel. But her expression holds no trace of admiration.
This is what her film, the very last work of our dearest friend, looks like now. Tainted, twisted, and wicked. All of this is proof of our guilt. The blood on our hands.
So, what are you going to do about it? Teresa's never coming back. She's dead.
Noire doesn't shy away from the word, though a note of sorrow lingers in her tone. She says it with a certain cold
And
detachment.
you, playing hero, punishing those you deem evil. Does that make you feel better? You kill me and then what? Kill yourself? That's how you'll atone for your failures? Forgive my bluntness, but how laughably naive you are.
Noire's voice has an uncharacteristic sharpness to it, but Qixing shows no sign of wavering under her scrutiny. Instead, she smiles.
Atone for my failures? You're way off. You're right about one thing, though. She is gone. The person who cared for me more than anyone in the world. Dead. When she gave me a shoulder to lean on, I pushed her away. I left her to die alone and in pain. How could I ever atone for that? How could I ever expect her to forgive me? How selfish of me to even ask for that.
Liang furrows her brow in suspicion.
Then why can't you let it go? CO7 is the hero who brings the happy ending, no matter what she's faced with. What you are doing now is anything but that.
The hero who brings a happy ending, no matter what she's faced with. That's what I said in the behind-the-scenes interview of CO7 too. I'm surprised you even remember that.
After a brief pause, she smiles again.
But there'll be no happy ending for me. You probably heard that. After she died, I starred in a few movies with other directors. But they all went south. Not because they weren't commercially successful or popular, but because I couldn't shake that feeling of disgust. I'd never felt that playing CO7. The cameras, the boom mics, the spotlights, the sight of them made me want to throw up, scream, do anything to run away from it all. Eventually, I retired from acting. But that sense of disgust never left me. It haunted me wherever I went, whatever I did. I kept asking myself, why is this happening to me? Why can't I just act? Why? Day and night, I wrestled with these questions. Until one day, I found the answer.
Her gaze burns with intensity, and yet it carries a bone-chilling coldness. It is fixed firmly upon Noire.
It all began with a dire mistake. One that needs to be corrected.
Silver needles streak through the air in a sudden. Silver needles streak through the air in a sudden downpour. Miss Noire, get back. Okay, I want to see if this will allow me to get all the text and whatnot.
Again and again.
Okay, yeah.
You don't know when to quit, do you? Just like me when I was young. I wasn't wrong about you after all. All our countless choices have led up to this moment. But not all of those choices were made willingly. No. Some of us had no choice but to fight over scraps in the dark corners of society. This time, though, it is my choice, my own will. And I'm fortunate to have you playing opposite me. I can see it in your eyes. You're not playing the role of a hero or an officer. You're yourself, and nothing less.
What about you? Is playing the role of a murderous villain really what you want?
The answer to that is yours to find out, individual.
Program activated.
Okay.
Oh, look,
Buff.
here's another one. This
Debuff.
one should do. Or this one.
And
Charging. We stand together.
I probably should have done Well, just
Time
let
to
it
turn the
cook.
page.
Aim and shoot.
Did I miss something? It's wrong.
A word of warning. Don't leave your friends stranded. Their lives are in your hands.
Okay. What is focus? Okay. Combine this. Do this.
You only made this year.
This.
Useful?
And this.
Loading.
Let's get it over quick. To read. Oh, be careful.
Target confirmed. Show. Damage.
Oh, enough. Got you. Another jar?
Charging. Loading.
There they are.
Faraday's Miracle. Barrage.
Oh, it seems you know how to take care of your friends. Oh, another addition to my collection. Soon, you'll all be tucked away in my film reel.
You want me to? This tranche should do. It's newly made this year. We'll find our home one day. You are not welcome here. We're not afraid of you. You don't want to miss it. Careful with the pages.
I've been waiting for this. Get the camera rolling, Noire. At last I'll get the ending I always wanted.
Huh. Looks like there's no stopping you.
In that case, I'll make you stop.
Got you. Coming. Are we really doing this? Coming! Another jar? It's newly made this year. I can't read it. I'll fill the cup for you. Ah! You are not welcome here. Let's get it over quick.
Show. Damage.
Got you.
Okay.
another one.
Teaspoon charging.
Another jar? We stand together.
Great. No mistakes. Eliminate target.
Enough of this, Xixi. Stop this feudal resistance and face reality. No matter how hard you try, you can't change the past.
No, little Vigil. This isn't my curtain call. Not yet.
Watch out, Liang!
I remember it's called lending a hand.
Ammo's running low, sir. They must be gaining power from this area we're in.
I hate you, Noire. You were born with a silver spoon and exceptional talent. You took everything for granted. You looked down on everyone else. I've always hated you.
What?
Miss Noah, hold on!
That was close.
Miss Xixi, is this really what you want to do? Are you really going to kill Miss Noah? You have to stop! This is completely meaningless.
Meaningless? No. This is exactly what needs to happen. Every story must have an ending after all. The past has held me prisoner for far too long. I need an ending, a conclusion, so I can finally leave it behind me. Only then can I reach my perfect grand finale.
What?
Qiangliang, impossible. You didn't chant the incantation.
This time, I won't hesitate. You're my inspiration, Miss Xixi. Like the countless kids who were once lost. I found myself in CO7, and that's exactly why I have to stop you. 强梁既出，王有不为，斩杀兄舅，小节不祥。
What? I'm really pissed off that the story got messed up there. I'll have to like go in and edit it. There's got to be more to it though. I feel like I missed stuff. Here, let me do the story mode again.
Program activated.
This card should do. Oh look, here's another one. It's newly made this year. Or this one. Or we're not afraid of you. Oh, be careful. Let's get it over quick. To transcribe.
She's not gonna talk like she did the last time.
Got you.
Damn, that pisses me off. There's no reason for me to redo it now. Okay. brilliant flash splits the darkened sky in two, and a thunderous roar scatters the shadows. All fear and unease are forgotten in an instant. Every head turns to the place where the lightning struck to see a colossal beast standing in solemn majesty. The crowd falls silent. Then a single young voice cries out.
It's Qiangliang!
The child raises a lantern excitedly.
It's just like the painting on my lantern!
The paper-crafted beast bears little resemblance to the mighty guardian towering in the distance. Yet something in its stern, round-eyed face carries something of its righteous spirit. As the crowd shifts their gaze between the small paper lanterns and the guardian, their voices finally return.
It's the legendary Sindao beast. Look, it has the tail of a snake and the head of a tiger, just like the illustrations.
Has the legendary Qiangliang come to save us? Does that mean that girl is this Zhangzi?
What are you two yapping about? 显道 beast? 正直? Those are just fairy tales. Didn't Mr. Zhou say this was all part of a film shoot?
That's right. I told you this was all for a movie. Why don't you guys believe me?
What a loser.
Oh, come on. You're always full of hot air. That said, there's no way this is real. It must just be some fancy special effects. So, I'll believe you this once.
Wait, so all those things were fake? I almost freaked out when those ghosts came out. Their costumes and makeup were so real looking. Man, am I glad I came to Chinatown. This parade's been insane. I gotta take more photos.
She was at the beginning. The fear that once filled their hearts gradually fades. Those who understand the truth exchange knowing smiles.
Wow, that's Qiangliang, huh? Looks totally awesome. I heard that a descendant of the 12th Zhenzi joined the Vigil's Bureau, but this is the first time I've ever seen Qiangliang in action.
Oh, looks like they got that actor lady under control. Now all we need to do is grab that cursed film reel and break the barrier. And the victims will be sane again. It'll be happily ever after for everyone.
I don't know. Before she could finish speaking, her optimistic prediction is ruthlessly overturned.
What boy? This again?
What's going on? Didn't they finish the job?
An anomaly even greater than the last crashes down upon them. Startled cries rise from the crowd.
iPhone? Something's wrong with it.
Something is very wrong indeed. What was assumed to be a mere optical distortion is now starting to seep into tangible reality. It is undeniably interfering with the physical world.
Is that archway melting?
It kinda looks like a burning piece of film.
They look at each other, finding the same alarm in each other's faces.
Wait, the barrier was created by that spooky film reel, right? Then this mean is...
It's falling apart. We need to get out of here.
Get everyone away from the edges of the barrier. The further they are from those twisting buildings, the better.
Understood. But what the hell is going on? I thought you had the target locked down.
We do, but clearly this isn't over yet. Miss Latham, anything you can do?
Yes, sir, but I'll need a few of your men. I can use the containment incantation they taught me at work, but I don't think it'll hold for long.
Just do your best. In the meantime, we'll eliminate the problem at the source.
Eldon's furious gaze lands on Qixing.
All right, Qixing. Whatever you're doing with the reel, stop it now! Or I'll make you stop it!
I'm not doing anything.
She stands, her hat a few feet away, her body slumped against the wall behind her. As she barely manages to stay upright, she forces a crooked grin.
It's the film reel. It's reached its limit.
From her coat, she pulls out the object responsible for all this chaos. Had Liang not once held the film reel herself, she might not have recognized it at all.
The reunion of the three swallows. What's happening to it? Wait, there's something else here.
No doubt about it. Evil spirits. An insane number of them.
Anan shoves through the crowd, rushing to Qixing's side. With just one glance at the film reel, her face goes pale. Upon hearing Anan's words, Liang's expression darkens.
So you think so too? We had a similar encounter at the city hall not long ago. Mr. Wang must have lost some of his spiritual energy to the film reel, leaving his body open to wandering evil spirits. Since then, I've suspected that.
The uneasy speculation lodges in her throat, but Anan voices it for her.
Of course! I should have realized earlier!
The ghost hunter lets out a long, frustrated sigh, then furrows her brows in thought, her expression growing increasingly grim.
Obviously, evil spirits would be attracted to the film reel. It's like leaving a pot of honey in front of a wasp's nest. A living soul is a wandering spirit's favorite meal. So with the number of souls scattered in the film reel, it's like a total feast. All that evil spiritual energy must have the film reel bursting at the seams.
Anan scans her surroundings, alarm in her eyes. The collapse is approaching fast. It's as if reality itself is about to be swallowed whole. Yet neither Liang nor Anan can see a single wandering or evil spirit. A sudden realization strikes Liang. Her gaze snaps to Qixing. But upon seeing her, her eyes widen in shock.
Miss Qixing, your hand!
I must admit.
Deep, jagged cracks have spread across the entire film reel and climbed up Qixing's hand and arm like sinister veins.
The film reel isn't the only thing at its limit. I can't hold on much longer.
Wait, all along she was an evil spirit? The vessel containing Xiangling strapped to Liang's waist starts to shudder. To Xiangling, the malevolent energy emanating from Qixing must be eradicated.
What does that mean?
A thought flashes through Liang's mind.
Could it be that the film reel has been out of control since the beginning?
That depends on how you define the beginning.
Even though Qixing avoids answering, Liang knows she's right. Scattered pieces of the puzzle find their place, and finally the picture begins to form a whole.
Since the moment Miss Latham played the cursed film, people have started to suffer from mental disorders. But if you think about it, the sequence of events doesn't make sense. There were only 5 victims of the film incident in Hong Kong 8 years ago. But this time, the number of victims was growing rapidly. That was until you got involved, Miss Qixing. Ever since you took possession of the film reel, only a small number of specific people have been targeted. We thought you were exploiting the reel's power to carry out your vigilantism, but in truth, you were trying to control the reel by limiting its victims to those you deemed as villains.
Though disbelief still colors her voice, her words are not a question. Eldon and the others stare, caught between shock and suspicion as they turn towards the woman they assumed was the true culprit.
Is that true?
You flatter me, little Vigil. I simply didn't want her legacy to become a tool of evil. That was never her intention.
why you did all this? You wanted us all at the parade because you were losing control of the real? But isn't your goal to kill Miss Noire? Was that also a setup? If the film reel wasn't part of your plan, then what was?
A conclusion she herself once stated resurfaces in her mind, and she realizes she made a critical error.
Miss Qixing still can't accept the way Miss Noah ended Detective 073. That's her motive. The ending consists of two major elements, the Shehua parade and the villain who should have been punished. She now sees Noah as that villain.
Noah isn't the villain, is she? In your perfect grand finale, the villain you intend to kill at the parade is none other than yourself.
It's a good ending for everyone. The big bad finally gets her comeuppance. And who better fits the role than me?
This is the grand finale you want to have? But why does it have to end like this?
Because this is the way it has to be. When a drop of ink falls onto paper, no matter how hard you wipe, it can never be spotless again. People say that every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. What garbage. Some mistakes can never be forgiven.
What happened to He Jun was an accident. You shouldn't blame yourself for her death. It wasn't your fault.
But it was my fault. It was my stubbornness, my selfishness that pushed my dear friend, who really, truly cared for me, toward the cliff. How can someone like me carry the title of CO7? I don't deserve to stand in the spotlight ever again. Punishing those equally despicable pieces of scum made me feel better for a while, but it didn't last. That sickening feeling inside, that disgust in myself, it wouldn't stop. I looked everywhere for a way to heal it. But then I realized that the biggest piece of scum was me.
Qixing looks up at the sky and lets out a long breath. For the first time, her expression softens, as if she finally released a burden, and within her eyes, a new flicker.
The answer was so simple. I can hardly believe
Something new
it took
flickers
me so
hope.
long to see it. And now, it's time to put an end to this nauseating nightmare.
And within her eyes, something new flickers hope. The answer was so simple, I can hardly believe it took me so long to see it, and now it's time to put an end to this nauseating nightmare. Liang cannot understand it.
No, you're being too harsh on yourself. He Jun doesn't blame you. I'm certain of it.
Quit it, Vigil. Look around you. Can you still claim that I'm not to blame?
Well, I can. And let me tell you, Teresa was much stronger than you say she was.
Liang turns to see Poitier helping Noire back into her wheelchair.
Yes, Teresa would cry often, but that made her no less determined of an artist. And before long she'd be at my door saying, I made some edits. Take a look. You know that's what she was like. Do you seriously think she gave up dreams, her life, just because of a few harsh words? No, I could never have a coward like that as a partner.
Noire's face is twisted in a fury Liang has never seen before. It sets a fire in the woman beneath her glare, making her frown in
Whatever you
return.
say. Director or not, you can't tell me what to do anymore. I will have this ending.
Making her frown in turn. Whatever you say, director or not, you can't tell me what to do anymore. I will have this ending.
Come on, officers. Finish the job. I'd do it myself if I had the strength.
Her voice is unwavering.
I've learned a lot these past years. If you want to save this city, you'll have to kill me. Those spirits will disappear, and everything will be back to normal. A perfect grand finale, isn't it? So what are you waiting for?
So it's come to this, has it?
Eldon swears under his breath as he reaches for his gun at his waist. Qixing watches on, seemingly pleased.
Wait, sir.
Lightning shoots through Liang's body. Her feet, once nailed to the ground, suddenly feel weightless. She steps forward.
There's no guarantee that things will play out like Miss Qixing said. Please, let me try something. After all, exorcism is my and Qiangliang's specialty.
Wait, what are you?
Before either Eldon or Qixing can react, the film reel is already in Liang's grasp. Oh, that was quick.
Liang!
You out of your mind or something?
Yes, there are a huge number of evil entities bound within it. And this is probably the most formidable opponent Qiangliang and I have ever faced. But I must confront this challenge. Not to protect the honor of my family, or to mimic CO7 either. But because I want to. Because it's right. Every story has an ending. And I must act to create the best one for everyone. Sorry. I don't have any flower words or clever arguments. But if you're willing to help me, please, Qiangliang, heed my call.
Okay, the music's a little cringe.
This isn't good. Is this the best I get? Qiangliang?
On the Emperor's order, Fang Xiangqie the Wise sought the assistance of the 12 gods of Shiti. Bestowed with their divine might, Feng Xiaoshui bound these creatures and turned their monstrous power to the service of the people. These creatures became known as the Zhandao beasts, guardians of the path. However, even formidable creatures such as these couldn't defend against all the evil spirits across the continent. But the people never gave up, for they knew that as long as they kept fighting, the Zhandao beast would one day come to their aid, expelling the fiends and restoring peace and prosperity.
Qiangliang, no!
He sacrificed himself. Yeah, I bet he sacrificed himself. think this is her here. Let's see what happens with her. The storm clouds gradually disperse and the sunlight streams into the ward. In the corner, the television broadcasts a news report.
Last night, the Chinatown Shuhu Parade drew hundreds as tourists and locals gathered for the Eastern spectacle. These photos, shared by an enthusiastic tourist, show the enormous holographic images that were created on site using arcane skills to present a stunning performance of the Chinese folktale Zhang Liang's exorcism. The event has been deemed a well-organized success, with many promising to attend again next year. Locals have expressed their thanks. One spokesperson said, "It's been wonderful to share our culture with people from all around the world. Chinatown is always ready to welcome new friends from both near and far." In other news, the arcane vigilante Night Piercer, who has perpetrated dozens of attacks across the city, has been apprehended by the DAA. Night Piercer was revealed to be Qi Xing, a former Hong Kong movie star. Some members of the public have expressed continued support for the vigilante due to the questionable backgrounds of her victims. Deputy Chief Eldon of the Division of Arcane Affairs gave his response.
Vigilante justice is incredibly dangerous to our society. No individual has the right to bypass the law and enact their judgment on others. Taking the law into your own hands will only lead to chaos, violence, and potential harm to innocent people. We urge the citizens of Los Angeles to place their trust in us as we continue to dedicate ourselves to maintaining a safer society for everyone. If you share our passion for justice, we encourage all citizens to direct their assistance and feedback to the Division of Arcane Affairs.
The LAPD has just announced a plan to add a number of positions for Arcane Affairs officers in the coming year to address the DAA's staffing shortage. The St. Pavlov Foundation's Vigils Bureau training program is also set to begin in the coming months. To apply, please dial...
Hearing this news, the woman hops up joyfully and turns to the man sitting up in bed.
Hey! They're hiring Arcane Affairs officers! Hasn't it always been your dream to don the uniform? Looks like they accept all the applicants too. Why don't you give it a shot when you are better?
Knock it off. I've been a greengrocer for 20 years. There's no way I could be a cop. Right?
He waves off his wife, but as he does so, he turns to the man beside him with a nervous look on his face, expecting the idea to get shot down, but the reaction he gets is unexpected.
What are you staring at me for? If you want to do it, just do it. I'm sure the neighborhood will be glad to see you wearing the badge. Besides, I spent some time with the officers at the parade. I'm sure that you will be just as capable as them. You're gonna have to toughen up a little, though.
Liang, who has been watching the exchange, smiles.
Mr. Wan, you're strong, healthy, and have a natural talent for arcane skills. With a little training, I'm sure you'll become an outstanding officer. There's a lot that goes into being an officer, but I believe what matters most is the heart to pursue justice and the courage to protect others. The doctor said you can be discharged soon. You should seriously consider applying for the position.
Well, in that case, I'll think about it.
Thank you so much, young lady. I heard you were the one who got rid of the curse and saved everyone. You are our hero.
She clasps Liang's hand tightly in a warm grip. This time her hand is steady. Liang returns the handshake.
Madam, I was only doing my job. And I didn't do it alone. It was a combined effort.
Well, that's that. No more cursed film crazies. Almost all the victims have recovered. Most of them have already been discharged, too. Just a few poor saps who got hit hard are still around. But they should be out of here before long. Same goes for the victims in the parade. They've all regained their what's it called again?
Anan gives a helpless sigh.
It's 三魂七魄啊 madam. Just call it spiritual energy or something like that. I heard that those crooks who were taught by a thing or two by Keising has also recovered. Well, mentally they are pretty physically messed up, so they will have to stay here for a while, I think.
So many victims and not a single death. That's a blessing.
Qixing pulled her punches, apparently. I guess deep down she wasn't the deliverer of justice she claimed she was. Well, no use wondering about it. Years on this job will quickly show you that the madness in Arcanist blood always comes out in Arcanist criminals. Trying to understand them is a waste of time.
That may be the case, but I think that if we look at each other as individuals, we can come to understand one another eventually.
She takes out a brick-sized mobile phone she has carried with her since she was 6 years old, but now its screen remains dark. No matter how much Liang tries to summon the spirit residing within, there is no response.
If we'll try our best.
Okay, jeez. If we all try our best.
If we'll try our best.
Right.
I think that if we look at each other as individuals, we can come to understand one another eventually.
She takes out a brick-sized mobile phone she has carried with her since she was 6 years old, but now the screen remains dark. No matter how much Liang tries to summon the spirit residing within, there is no response.
If we'll try our best.
Holding on to hope, Liang tries a few different button combinations on the phone. Usually the screen would light up, but this time there is nothing.
Still nothing from Xiang Liang?
Liang lowers her gaze and shakes her head.
Well, what did you expect? That huge spooky spookters was a nasty opponent on its own. Not to mention all the ghosts that were attracted by that film reel. It was creepy lah. All those ghosts in one place. It was more crowded than the Dai Pai Dong. I mean, the Chinatown food store on a Saturday night. What's worse, those specters drowned the Sanwan Chatpa of innocent people. If that hadn't happened, then Qiang Liang wouldn't have had to say.
Oh. Anan cuts herself off. It would be too cruel to say these words in front of Liang.
Qiangliang was lost because of my incompetence. I don't know how I'll be able to face my family now. And there's something else that's bothering me. When Qiangliang pulled in the evil spirits, I thought I was going to die with it. But it looked at me and pushed me aside. It bore everything, all alone. Why did it go to such lengths to help me? Because I'm its Junzi. The way it looked at me, I think it wanted to tell me something. But I didn't understand what. Qiangliang had been by my side since I was 6. But I always saw it as a heavy burden or a double-edged sword. I never saw it as an independent individual or as a friend. I never tried to truly understand it.
Oh, man.
And now, I've probably lost the opportunity to ever understand it.
Liang sighs and falls silent. The other two exchange a glance and simultaneously pat her on the shoulders.
Come on. love with the long face. Maybe Changliang will respond to you one day lah. You never know. And I'm here if you ever need my professional ghost busting service. Exclusive discount just for you
Agreed. Isn't it a literal legendary beast that's existed for ages? No way it bit the dust just like that.
Yeah, there we go.
I bet it's recharging in its lair or something. Then it'll come back when it's full of juice again.
I hope so.
She knows these are just comforting words, but their concern for her gives her the strength to move forward nonetheless.
Oh, Portier! There you are! And the ghost-busting girl in Liang! Great!
A familiar figure waves from the end of the hallway as she hurries over. Noticing Liang's slightly surprised expression, she slows her steps.
Oh, sorry. I mean, Officer Liang. But if you don't mind...
Of course I don't. Just call me Liang.
Despite her swift response, Liang still feels a little surprised when she sees the officer extend her hand toward her.
Oh, where are my manners? Name's Jenny Carter. Just Jenny's fine. Unlike your instructor, I don't try to hide my appreciation of people. I gotta say, you've done an awesome job. Folks at the department have all been talking about it. We're proud of you. Please tell me there's some way to postpone the end of your field training.
This is the second hand Liang has shaken today.
Thank you. That's very kind. What brings you here?
Deputy Chief Eldon, of course. Who else? Foundation staff have arrived. They're gonna take over Qi Xing's interrogation and everything. They're gonna take the film reel back to their headquarters, too. But your request has been approved. We can watch Reunion of the Three Swallows before they take it away.
Okay.
For crying out loud, the DAA is in a movie theater. Where'd all these people come from?
Eldon scans the group before him.
My apologies, sir. I invited them. This may be the only chance for Teresa's last work to be shown to the public. I want as many people to see it as possible. Every filmmaker wants their work to be shown to the world. I appreciate your understanding.
Before Eldon can respond, Anan cuts in.
Come on, sir. It's no big deal. Everyone here knows what really happened. We just want to know what the film's about.
Yeah, didn't you see something on TV about assistance and feedback? You'd be going back on your word if you ignored us now.
Hey, don't you go talking circles around me again.
Even in this harmonious scene, the two men can't help but bicker. Boitier rolls her eyes. Luckily, the two are quickly interrupted by a woman in the foundation
No
uniform.
need to worry, Deputy Chief Eldon. After thorough examination, we've determined that the film reel no longer possesses the ability to twist reality.
Hey, Nightblade, how you
It was
doing?
our negligence that allowed the film to be taken in the first place. So, as Mr. Joe said, the people deserve to know the truth. Besides, every viewer is required to sign this confidentiality agreement before entering the screening room. All right, everyone, please hurry. The movie starts in 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm pumped! No way I'm missing this! Give me a pen!
Anan heads over to the desk, and the DEAA officers and Chinatown private detectives follow suit. Liang and Noire, on the other hand, hang back. They already signed the confidentiality agreement. After all, they are the ones who drafted it.
You have my thanks, Vigil. If it weren't for you, I doubt Ah Sing and I would have had this chance to watch our good friend's swan song. I also have to thank you for helping me stop Ah Sing and for helping me keep my promise.
Your promise?
Your promise?
I love it when they say the same thing I'm thinking. Nora pats her hands on her thighs.
Yes, I swore on these two legs. In the past, all I cared about was making the best film. I saw everyone, even my actors and writers, as tools to reach that goal. But I was wrong.
Yeah, that is wrong.
There's no such thing as a best film, only a better film. And to make a better film, I need a team around me.
Oh, they're going pretty good right now, actually.
What matters most is the people who make the film, not the film itself.
She turns her head and looks toward the bolted door at the other end of the room.
But as long as we're living, there's still a future. Maybe I should hire a good lawyer for our Sing. They can probably secure a shorter sentence. When she's free again, both physically and mentally, perhaps we can make a movie together, just like old times.
Liang is momentarily stunned.
Are you sure? With all due respect, Miss Noah, that will probably be a very long time from now.
So, even if we're old ladies by then, as long as we can still move, I'm certain we can make movies. Speaking of which, you'd make an excellent addition to my crew, Miss Liang. Don't hesitate to contact me if you reconsider your career choice.
Yeah.
You're very generous, Miss Noah. But I think I'll stick to being a fan for the time being. I look forward to seeing what you do next.
Cool.
You won't be disappointed. By the way, have you seen Miss Latham lately? I tried to invite her, but she didn't pick up the phone. She must have left it in her room again.
Oh, poor forgetful girl.
Actually, I ran into her at the hospital earlier. Miss Scott just regained consciousness. She wanted to visit her.
That's gotta be a... Noire's smile fades slightly, and a contemplative expression
Miss Scott.
comes over her.
Something tells me that there's still an unsolved mystery there.
Yeah, probably. Why'd she do it?
You mean a truth hidden behind all these incidents?
Yes, like a chessboard, where the pawns placed on the front line. Somehow, we've managed to fight our way out, escaping our planned doom. But who is the player who placed us there? They are still a mystery, watching us from the shadows. I don't like this feeling.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on the matter. I already made a detailed report to my superiors. If there's anything else going on, I'm sure the vigils will put a stop to it.
I suppose we'll have to wait and see.
Noire's expression does not ease. It seems the title Vigil's Bureau doesn't bring her much confidence. Before Liang can inquire further, Poitier calls her.
Hey, you two! Get your asses in the screening room! We're all waiting for you!
On our way!
Nothing's more important than a movie that's about to start. Let's go, Vigil.
They exchange a smile and enter the makeshift theater together. Oh. So there's gotta be... Oh, her first name is Arya? There's gotta be more to this. Interesting. Okay. So I'm sure they'll elaborate more on this story later on. Yeah, we'll have to... I guess we'll have to see. There's something here. What a guy. Zero professional ethics. Yeah, that's what we still need to find out. Alright, here we go. That's different from the other ones. It's like post credits.
Scott's ward. Scott's ward. Did I take a wrong turn? Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Could you tell me where Constance Scott's ward is? I'm kinda lost.
You're in the wrong area. You need to go straight forward this way, take a left at the corner, and a right at the next.
Forward, left, then right. Okay. I'll remember it now. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
Loggerhead makes her way down the hallway, muttering the directions to herself as she goes. But then she stops and turns back in confusion.
That's odd. Why do I feel like I talked to that doctor a few days ago? Must just be my bad memory. The lady last time was more friendly.
She tilts her head before quickly deciding to let it go.
Wait, which way did she say again?
Oh my.
Sorry, Doctor. It isn't time for the routine checkup yet.
You're right. But yesterday's medical report showed some concerning fluctuations in the patient's data. It's probably nothing serious, but we should conduct a clinical check on the patient, just in case.
Please wait a moment. Let me verify this with your superior.
Damn.
Of course, officer. You can never be too cautious, especially when the patient's involved in a sensitive case.
Yeah. Thanks for your...
The patient inside the ward hears the conversation outside the door come to an abrupt halt. She sits with her hands cuffed to the railing, turning her head away from the window and toward the closed door before her.
What's wrong?
There is no response from the other side. Several seconds later, the doorknob turns. Standing in the doorway is a doctor. She looks vaguely familiar.
Good afternoon, Miss Scott. How are you feeling today?
Before the door is closed again, Scott catches a glimpse of the Arcane Affairs officer staring straight ahead. He doesn't so much as glance in her direction. Something is wrong. Scott shoots up straight.
Who are you?
Someone brought you these flowers.
Flowers?
Only then does she notice that the doctor is holding a glass vase filled with pure white flowers,
No.
fresh and delicate.
Something's not right. I heard what you said to the officer. How are you supposed to do a medical check with a flower vase?
Scott vaguely hears her own voice being swallowed, but somehow she doesn't care. All her attention is locked on the vase. Not the flowers, but the vase itself. At first glance, it looked like any other glass item, but now that it's under the sunlight, it's shimmering like crystal, refracting dreamlike colors around the ward.
Is this crystal?
A barrier blocking off her memories suddenly bursts.
It's you, madam. You said you wouldn't contact me unless something bad happened. Is there something wrong with the object you bought?
No, it is perfect. You have been of superb help.
It was my honor to serve you, madam. And I must say, you have incredible foresight. The vigils caught me, but they couldn't get any useful information because I can't remember any.
But you still seem to be in a rather precarious situation.
Is this Matilda's mother?
Yes. But you needn't worry. I can handle this myself.
That is good to hear.
The other end of the communication incantation falls silent. If not for the light still refracting from the vase, she might have thought the other party already hung up.
By the way, I met Matilda not long ago.
I knew it.
She was worried about you. Have you not contacted her?
That is not necessary.
Bitch of a mother.
Were she more perceptive, she would have already discovered me herself. She will find me when she's ready.
I bet she's with Manus. The voice on the other side shows little interest in the topic. Scott smirks to herself but struggles to find another excuse to prolong the conversation. But her moment has already passed. The colors twist and her consciousness begins to spiral.
What was I doing again?
I am contacting you to express my gratitude. Merci beaucoup, Miss Scott. And please believe me, you are far more gifted than you think.
The woman's voice rings out from the particularly distorted and colorful spot in the room. It is elegant, dignified, and strangely familiar.
Who are you?
The voice does not answer.
However, those black dogs have a keener sense of smell than I thought. I am afraid our relationship has come to an end.
Black dogs.
Adieu, Miss Scott.
Huh? Wait.
Those black dogs. The bullet shatters the vase, shattering the dream and crashing her back to reality. At some point, the door was silently opened. A pair of black leather boots steps over the shards of the broken vase and comes to stop at Scott's bedside.
Huh, they run fast, that's for sure. Looks like this fish is bigger than we thought. Have you figured out what happened to the 2 officers?
The woman turns to her cadet. A man, also dressed in the same black uniform, is dragging the unconscious body of the doctor who visited earlier beside that of the DAA officer who had been keeping guard outside.
Of hypnosis. Caster is no amateur either. Arcane fluctuations are impossible to trace.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Who are these people? She crouches down to pick up the shard of glass. As she examines it, her mouth curls into a smile.
Not bad. This is really bad. We already knew Scott was the culprit, but you just had to use her as bait to reel in the fish hiding in the darkness. Now all we have is Scott with no memories of what happened, and a stone-cold trail. Truly genius.
Shut up, you have your eyes covered.
And I still don't get why you're keeping all this from Liang. She's your cadet, and right here in the city. We should have had her join the investigation.
Oh, so these are the vigils.
I can't wait to see her face when she finds out what's been going on. And I'm not defending you this time either.
Faced with her cadet's accusation, the woman feigns innocence.
Defending me? There's nothing to defend. If we told her about our plan, she would have started acting differently and spooked our fish. Besides, the whole point of her field training program in the LAPD was to see if she could handle things on her own. And she's proven that she can. The Division of Arcane Affairs seems to adore her, so I'm sure the Deputy Chief will give her an excellent write-up. Everything's turned out great, hasn't it? See how considerate I am. how I always do things in my cadet's best interests. How could you make me out to be such a heartless, irresponsible monster?
It's very strange. She exaggerates a sorrowful expression which only makes her cadet roll his eyes in exasperation.
Oh, don't give me that look. Anyway, I think I've got an idea as to what's going on.
Really?
The woman drops her act and smiles knowingly.
Our big fish got away, yes, but just confirming that a fish this big exists has already made this worth our time. Now, back to the stolen arcane items. There are 5 in total, including the cursed film reel and the wind-up toy that the timekeeper shattered. Tell me, Bob, does our fish need all 5 arcane items?
It's Alan, not Bob. How many times do I have to tell you? And to answer your question, no. I don't think so. The wind-up toy has already been destroyed, and the film reel's been recovered by a fellow cadet. These items did cause a few problems, but I don't see any common thread between the incidents they caused.
There's a single item.
Correct, Brian. Those 2 items were probably just decoys to divert our attention.
Keeps calling him different names.
It's Alan.
Ignoring her cadet's correction, she goes on. A clever fish knows how to muddy the waters to hide itself.
Of the 5 objects, they probably only need 1. Take a guess, Buck. Which one do they need?
It's Alan. A-L-A-N. There isn't even a single B in it.
The cadet sighs, half in reluctance, half in realization.
Well, out of the 3, which one is... Wait, could it be?
Bingo.
From the way her cadet's face darkens, she can tell he has found the answer.
Does that mean the legend's real? It can really be used in that ritual?
It would seem so.
So, it's Manus Vindicte again.
Okay, yeah.
They must have planted a mole somewhere among the Foundation's elites. Someone with clearance to the Arcanum Containment Department.
It seems our fish doesn't wear the black robe.
The woman taps her chin. This response makes her cadet's eyes widen in disbelief.
Huh? So you're saying there's someone behind all this who wants to perform that ritual and somehow has the means to steal from the Foundation? There's just no way.
The stolen items would probably go to the Manus eventually. But I have a hunch that our wily fish isn't totally on their side. Manus Vindicte obviously considered the succubus a valuable asset before she got away, right? So if our fish was a die-hard loyalist, they would have delivered the wind-up toy to their master straightway, rather than letting it be passed around all over the place. While our fish is in collusion with Manus Vindicte, they are swimming in murky waters. They may be pursuing their own agenda.
She curls her lips into a smile and flicks the shard of glass from between her fingers.
Things are starting to get interesting, aren't they? Like I said earlier, not bad at all.
With that, the two figures in black vanish out the door. Interesting. So that's like the that's gonna be like the, I guess they're the, this chapter was like our introduction to like the peacekeeping force, or the peacekeeping arm of the St. Pavlov Foundation, like the actual arm of the Foundation that can actually do investigative stuff. I don't know. I'm still kind of confused as to what they do. That was pretty cool though. And as I thought, like after I had to go yesterday really quickly, I thought in my head, I was like, I wonder if it's Matilda's mother. Like, why else would they have Matilda in this for just a small little bit? And I was right, so. Oh boy. Oh boy. That was awesome. This is like 2 in a row that were freaking solid side stories. I wasn't expecting much, but it turned out to be a whole lot better than I thought it would be. I guess that's to make up for the 2.3, which was pretty crummy. The Aluru Games one. That one was pretty bad. So, alright, I do want to see if I can redo this.